Hey there, and welcome to Crime for Sleep. I know you're having trouble falling asleep, so let me keep you company with true crime stories from around the world. Before we dive in, I'm curious, where did you first hear this one? If you enjoy these stories, don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Now get comfortable, and let's get into tonight's case. Crime 1. When I moved in, the realtor said the basement entrance was sealed, foundation work years ago. I believed him. But after months of humming coming from below, curiosity gnawed at me. One night, I pressed my shoulder into a part of the paneling and it gave way just enough. I squeezed inside and discovered a narrow stairwell. At the bottom was a room no bigger than a bedroom closet. On the walls were black and white photos of every interior room of my apartment, taken from angles even I couldn't reach. In the center was a desk, a tape recorder, and a notebook with only one sentence scrawled across the page. "You're being observed." I fled up those stairs trembling. Now I check every panel, every floorboard, afraid there's another secret I haven't found yet. The photographs haunted me. I recognized my living room, my bedroom, my kitchen, but the angles were impossible. Some shots seemed taken from inside the walls themselves, as if the camera had been embedded in the structure. The quality was professional, deliberate. Someone had been documenting my life with surgical precision. I returned to that hidden room the next evening, my hands shaking as I examined each image more carefully. The timestamps on the back revealed they were taken over several months, some even before I moved in. The previous tenant, a quiet woman who kept to herself, appeared in many of the shots. She seemed unaware of being photographed, going about her daily routines while invisible eyes captured her every movement. The tape recorder sat there like a sleeping predator. I pressed play with trembling fingers. Static filled the silence, then a voice emerged, calm, methodical, clinical. It was describing movements, habits, patterns, my movements, my habits, my patterns. The voice noted when I left for work, when I returned, what I ate, how I slept. It spoke about me as if I were a specimen in a laboratory. I fast-forwarded through hours of recordings. The voice never changed, never showed emotion, never revealed identity. It simply observed and documented. But then I found something that made my blood freeze. Recordings of the previous tenant, the same clinical observations, the same detached documentation. The voice described her final weeks with the same emotional void it used for everything else. She had found the room, too. The recordings revealed her growing paranoia, her desperate attempts to find the source of the surveillance. The voice noted her behavior changes, her increasing isolation, her refusal to leave the apartment. It documented her fear like a scientist studying a lab rat's response to stimuli. Then the recording stopped. The voice mentioned she had relocated and that the space would soon be available for new observation. I realized with growing horror that I wasn't the first victim, I was the next in a sequence. I dug deeper into the desk drawers, finding folders labeled with apartment numbers from the entire building. Each contained photographs, behavioral notes, and audio recordings. The scope was staggering. Multiple tenants, multiple floors, all documented with the same invasive precision. Some folders were marked complete, others in progress. Mine was labeled Subject 17. The handwriting in the notebooks was meticulous, almost mechanical. It recorded sleep patterns, eating habits, social interactions, even emotional states inferred from observed behavior. The level of detail was suffocating. Someone had been reducing human lives to data points, studying us like insects under glass. I found correspondence buried in the deepest drawer. Letters from someone signing only as the observer, discussing research findings with unnamed recipients. The letters spoke of behavioral modification experiments, of testing human response to subtle environmental changes. They mentioned subjects who had become problematic and required intervention. My hands trembled as I read about the previous tenant's final weeks. The observer had begun introducing stressors into her environment, small changes designed to increase anxiety and paranoia. Strange sounds, objects moved slightly, lights flickering. The letters described these as stimuli applications and documented her psychological deterioration with clinical detachment. The correspondence revealed a network of observers, each monitoring different buildings, different neighborhoods. They shared techniques, compared results, refined their methods. They spoke about us as if we were part of some vast, ongoing experiment in human psychology and control. I discovered building blueprints showing hidden passages throughout the structure. The walls were honeycombed with observation points, recording equipment, and access routes. The entire building was designed for surveillance. We weren't tenants, we were unwitting participants in some elaborate study. The most chilling discovery was a schedule. Future subjects were already selected, their move-in dates planned months in advance. The observer had influence over the rental process, choosing tenants based on specific psychological profiles. I saw my own profile among them, selected for traits that made me an ideal subject for long-term observation. But something in the recent entries troubled me. The handwriting had changed, becoming more erratic, more personal. The clinical detachment was cracking. The observer was writing about me differently, with what seemed like genuine concern, even affection. The transformation was disturbing in its intimacy. I found video equipment connected to hidden cameras throughout my apartment. The feeds were being recorded and transmitted somewhere beyond the building. My most private moments had been captured, studied, and shared with unknown recipients. The violation felt absolute, complete. The final notebook entry was dated just days before I discovered the room. It read, "Subject 17 shows signs of awareness. Intervention may be necessary. However, personal attachment complicates standard protocols. Reassignment recommended." The handwriting was different again, hurried, uncertain, almost desperate. I sit now in my apartment knowing I'm still being watched. The cameras are still recording, the observer still taking notes, but something has changed. The clinical detachment has given way to something more human, more conflicted. The observer has become emotionally invested in Subject 17. I've started leaving messages in the hidden room, knowing they'll be read. I ask questions, make observations of my own. Sometimes I find responses written in that same careful handwriting. A dialogue has begun between watcher and watched, predator and prey. The boundaries are blurring. Am I still a subject, or have I become something else? The observer writes about me with increasing warmth, even protectiveness. The experiment has evolved beyond its original parameters, becoming something neither of us fully understands. I haven't reported my discovery. I haven't fled. Part of me wants to know how this ends, what happens when the observer becomes the observed. The game has changed, and I'm no longer sure who's really in control. The humming from below continues, but now I know it's not machinery. It's the sound of someone breathing in that small room, watching, waiting, perhaps struggling with feelings they never expected to develop. The observer has become as trapped as the observed. I check the panels, the floorboards, but now I'm not looking for more secrets. I'm looking for the observer, wondering if they're as curious about me as I've become about them. The experiment continues, but the roles have shifted in ways that terrify and fascinate us both. Crime 2, the sound came 3 times last night. A distinct chime, not the generic system tone, almost musical. Every time I ran to the peephole, there was nothing but an empty porch. No bags, no note, no footprints. I brushed it off. But tonight it rang again, longer, slower. I called out, but no response. When I looked down, there was a single glove neatly placed on the doormat. I picked it up without thinking. It smelled faintly metallic. Inside the glove was a folded piece of paper, blank except for one word: watch. I returned it to the mat, but someone has been watching, and they're close enough to stand where they'd be seen, yet far enough away that they remain invisible. The glove disappeared by morning, not blown away by wind. There was no wind, just gone. I started paying attention to things I'd always ignored, the way my neighbor's curtains move when I check the mail, how the recycling bin across the street seems to shift positions, small things that could mean nothing or everything. I decided to install a security camera. The technician was a young man with nervous hands who kept glancing at the glove's former position on my doormat. He asked if I'd been having problems with solicitors. I told him about the doorbell. He nodded too quickly, like he'd heard similar stories before. While he worked, I noticed his toolbox had a similar smell, that metallic scent that had clung to the glove. That evening I reviewed the footage. The camera captured the street, my porch, the neighboring driveways. For hours, nothing but the occasional car passing by. Then, around the same time the doorbell had been ringing, a figure appeared at the edge of the frame, too far away to make out features, too close to be a coincidence. They stood there for several minutes, perfectly still, facing my house. Then they walked away, but not in any direction the camera could follow. I rewound the footage. The figure's posture seemed familiar, the way they held their shoulders, the slight tilt of their head. I'd seen that stance before, but couldn't place where. The next day I asked my neighbors if they'd noticed anything unusual. Most shrugged it off, but one woman 2 houses down grew uncomfortable when I mentioned the doorbell. She said she'd been hearing strange sounds at night too, but from a different direction. When I pressed for details, she changed the subject. I started keeping a log of everything. The doorbell patterns, the times I felt watched, the small changes in my neighborhood's rhythm, a delivery truck that never seemed to deliver anything, a jogger who always ran the same route but never appeared tired, a maintenance worker who fixed things that weren't broken, individual details that meant nothing but together formed a pattern I couldn't ignore. The breakthrough came when I decided to review older security footage from my neighbor's system. He'd been reluctant to share it, but I convinced him it might help solve what was becoming a neighborhood issue. The footage showed the same figure I'd seen near my house, but this time they were coming from a direction that made my stomach turn. They were walking from the direction of my own backyard. I checked my back gate. The lock was intact, but the metal showed scratches that hadn't been there before. Fresh scratches made by someone who knew how to manipulate locks without breaking them. Inside the gate, footprints in the soft earth near my kitchen window. Small, deliberate impressions that showed someone had been standing there regularly, watching through the glass while I cooked dinner, watched television, lived my life. The police took my report with professional courtesy, but I could sense their skepticism. No crimes had been committed, technically. No property had been damaged. No threats had been made. The officer asked if I'd been under stress lately, if I'd been sleeping well. Standard questions that made me question my own perception. But the footprints were real. The scratches were real. The glove had been real. I decided to confront the situation directly. That night I waited by my front door with the lights off. If the doorbell rang, I would be ready. If someone was watching, I would watch back. The house felt different in the darkness, every sound amplified, every shadow suspicious. I sat there for hours, my phone in one hand, a flashlight in the other, waiting. The doorbell never rang. Instead, I heard something else, a soft tapping at my back door, 3 rhythmic taps like someone knocking with a single finger. I moved through the house carefully, avoiding the floorboards that creaked. Through the back door's glass, I could see a silhouette, not standing at the door but several feet away, holding something in their hands. I turned on the back porch light. The figure didn't move, didn't flee. They simply stood there, holding what appeared to be a photograph. We stared at each other through the glass for what felt like hours, but was probably only seconds. Then they placed the photograph on the ground and walked away, not hurrying, not hiding. The photograph was of my house, taken from the inside, from my living room looking out at the street. I recognized the angle, the furniture, the way the light fell through the windows. Someone had been inside my house, taking pictures, documenting their access. The timestamp on the photo showed it was taken during the day, while I was at work, while I felt safe, while I thought my home was secure. I called the police again, but this time I also called a locksmith. Every lock in my house was changed within hours. I installed additional cameras, motion sensors, reinforced the doors and windows. The technical security was important, but the psychological impact was devastating. My home no longer felt like a refuge. It felt like a stage, and I was the unwitting performer. The harassment stopped after that. No more doorbell rings, no more mysterious objects, no more figures in the shadows, but the damage was done. I found myself checking locks obsessively, studying every neighbor's face for signs of recognition, analyzing every interaction for hidden meanings. The person who had been watching me had achieved something more effective than any direct threat. They had made me watch myself. Months later, I was going through old mail when I found a utility bill that didn't belong to me. The name was unfamiliar, but the address was my house. I called the utility company, thinking it was a billing error. They confirmed that someone had been receiving services at my address under a different name for several months. Services that I wasn't being charged for. Services that explained how someone might have had access to my home's electrical system, my security system, my daily routines. The investigation revealed a complex identity theft scheme that had been targeting my neighborhood for over a year. Multiple residents had been victims, their homes monitored, their personal information harvested, their lives quietly invaded. The person responsible was never caught, but the evidence suggested they had worked in municipal services, had access to utility records, had legitimate reasons to be in people's homes and neighborhoods. I still live in the same house, but it's different now. I know that safety is largely an illusion, that privacy is more fragile than we want to believe, that someone can watch us for months without us realizing it. The doorbell rings sometimes, and there's always someone there now, delivery drivers, neighbors, friends. But I still check the peephole twice, still pause before opening the door, still wonder who might be watching from just outside the camera's range. The glove was never found. The photograph was processed for fingerprints, but yielded nothing useful. The utility records were altered to hide the unauthorized account. Officially, the case remains open but inactive. Unofficially, I know that someone spent months studying my life, learning my patterns, planning something that was interrupted by my security measures. What they were planning, I'll never know. Whether they moved on to other targets, I can only hope they didn't. Sometimes I wonder if the person who watched me is still out there, still working, still finding new ways to slip into people's lives unnoticed. The thought should terrify me, but instead it's made me more aware of the subtle signs that someone might be watching. The slight changes in routine, the unexplained sounds, the feeling of being observed. I become someone who watches back, who notices the watchers, who understands that the line between observer and observed is thinner than we think. The doorbell rings, and now I know that someone is always there. The question is whether they're supposed to be. Crime 3, I came home on a Saturday to find my living room barricaded. Chairs, tables, even the sofa pushed against the door. Confused, I unlocked it and stepped inside, only to see everything torn apart, cupboards open, drawers flipped. Police were already there. They said I'd called in a break-in, reported jewelry stolen, even provided descriptions. None of it was true. I never called them. I don't own the jewelry they said was missing. Someone had executed a perfect setup. And as they interviewed me, I kept thinking. They knew my routines, my patterns. Someone planned every move I would have made before I even made it. The detective's pen clicked against his notepad as he spoke. His voice carried that practiced neutrality law enforcement develops over years of dealing with lies and half-truths. He asked me to repeat my story, and I could hear the skepticism growing with each word I spoke. The jewelry descriptions were too specific, he said, the timing too convenient. Someone had called from my phone line, reported everything stolen, even mentioned where I supposedly kept the pieces. I walked through my house like a stranger, touching surfaces that felt foreign under my fingertips. The kitchen counter held a coffee mug I didn't remember using. The handle was positioned wrong. I always turn it to face the wall. Small details that meant nothing to anyone else but felt like violations to me. My bathroom mirror had been wiped clean, but I could see the ghost of fingerprints along the edges where someone had gripped it too tightly. The phone records showed the call came from inside my house. The voice on the recording sounded like mine, but distorted, like someone speaking through water. I listened to it over and over, trying to find something that would prove it wasn't me. The way certain words were pronounced, the breathing patterns, the background noise, nothing conclusive, just enough doubt to make me question my own memory. My neighbor mentioned seeing someone at my back door that morning, a figure in dark clothing, moving with purpose. But when pressed for details, she became vague. Maybe it was the mailman, maybe it was me leaving earlier than usual. Memory is unreliable, she said, especially when you're not paying attention. People see what they expect to see. I started going through my belongings methodically, looking for what was actually missing. My laptop was untouched. Cash in my bedroom drawer remained counted to the exact amount I remembered. But there were subtle signs of intrusion everywhere, books reshuffled, clothes hanging in slightly different positions, the salt and pepper shakers switched on my dining table. Whoever did this wanted me to notice, wanted me to feel unsettled. The insurance investigator arrived 3 days later. A woman with sharp eyes and a way of asking questions that made innocent answers sound suspicious. She examined the supposed entry point, took photographs of the barricaded door, measured distances. Her report would determine whether this was fraud or a genuine crime. I watched her work, knowing that every conclusion she drew would shape how others saw me. Sleep became impossible. I would lie awake listening to sounds that had never bothered me before, the house settling, heating pipes expanding, the neighbor's dog barking at shadows. During the day I found myself checking locks repeatedly, testing windows, examining the back door for signs of forced entry that weren't there. The absence of evidence became evidence itself. I started keeping a journal, documenting every strange occurrence, every misplaced object, every feeling of being watched. The entries grew longer and more detailed as days passed. I wrote about the smell of unfamiliar cologne that lingered in my hallway, about phone calls that ended when I answered, about the way my car keys appeared in places I never left them. Reading back through these entries, I began to sound paranoid even to myself. The breakthrough came when I found the spare key. It was still hidden in the same place I'd always kept it, but the hiding spot had been disturbed. Soil around the fake rock was pressed down in a pattern that suggested someone had replaced it hastily. This person had access to my house, knew my routines, understood exactly how to make me appear guilty of my own victimization. I thought about everyone who might know where I kept that key. Former partners, family members, close friends, service workers who had been in my house. The list was shorter than I expected, but longer than I wanted it to be. Each name brought with it a cascade of memories, shared moments, trusted conversations. Someone I had let into my life had used that trust to destroy it. The detective called to inform me that the case was being closed. Insufficient evidence of a crime, he said. The insurance company agreed. No payout would be made for the supposedly stolen jewelry. I was left with the growing certainty that I had been carefully, methodically framed by someone who knew me well enough to predict exactly how I would react. But certainty and proof are different things. I know someone entered my house, staged a break-in, called the police in my voice, and watched as suspicion fell on me. I know they wanted me to feel violated, confused, doubted by everyone around me. What I don't know is why. What I don't know is who. The case file sits closed, but the questions remain open. I still check my locks twice before bed. I still notice when objects are moved, when sounds don't match my expectations. Someone wanted me to feel hunted in my own home, and they succeeded. The perfect crime isn't one that goes unsolved. It's one that makes the victim question their own reality. I look at the people in my life differently now. Every smile seems measured. Every conversation feels like it might contain hidden meanings. Trust, once given freely, now comes with conditions and doubts. Whoever did this didn't just frame me for a crime. They changed how I see the world, how I move through it, how I relate to others. The truth exists somewhere in the spaces between what I know and what I can prove. It lives in the details that seem significant but laid nowhere, in the patterns that almost make sense but never quite resolve. I am both victim and suspect, hunter and hunted, certain and completely in the dark. And sometimes, in the quiet moments when I'm alone in my house, I wonder if that was always the point. Crime 4, there's no simple way to say this. I've started finding things in my closet I don't own. The first time it was a pair of worn sneakers, size completely different from mine, then a jacket slightly damp. A third time I found a notebook written in a familiar handwriting, but the words inside weren't mine. I installed a camera, but the footage shows nothing, just me entering and later exiting, unaware of what was added. Last night I found a plastic case with a single tooth inside and a note reading, "Wear this next." I haven't opened my closet door since. Every time I pass it, I expect another surprise, and I don't know which one will scare me more. The logical mind wants to blame exhaustion, stress, maybe even sleep deprivation. But the notebook's handwriting haunts me because I recognize it. The loops in the letter G, the way the I dots sit slightly to the right. It's identical to mine, yet the words describe places I've never been, conversations I've never had, people I've never met. I decided to investigate properly. The sneakers were muddy, with grass stains that looked fresh. The jacket smelled of cigarettes and something else, something metallic that made my stomach turn. I'd never seen either item before, yet they appeared in my space as if they belonged there. The notebook entries were dated, but the dates made no sense. They described events from weeks I remembered differently. According to the handwriting that matched mine perfectly, I'd visited places during those weeks, spoken to people whose names I didn't recognize, made decisions I had no memory of making. I started questioning my own memory. Had I bought these things and forgotten? Was I sleepwalking, somehow acquiring items with no recollection? The camera footage showed me entering the closet, standing there for moments, then leaving. But I remembered those moments differently. I remembered simply grabbing clothes, nothing more. The tooth changed everything. It sat in that plastic case like evidence from a crime scene, yellowed and cracked. The note beside it was written in that same impossible handwriting, "Wear this next." The ink was still wet when I found it. I called my doctor, described the memory issues without mentioning the closet. She suggested stress, recommended sleep studies, asked about my family history, but she couldn't explain the physical evidence piling up in my bedroom. That weekend, I decided to stay awake and watch. I positioned myself where I could see the closet door, determined to catch whatever was happening, but fatigue won. I woke up on the floor, neck stiff, sunlight streaming through the windows. The closet door was open. Inside, hanging neatly beside my clothes, was a dress I'd never seen before. It was my size, my style, but definitely not mine. The fabric was slightly torn, and there were dark stains along the hem that looked suspiciously like dried blood. I took photos of everything: the shoes, the jacket, the notebook, the tooth, the dress. But when I looked at the images later, they showed my normal closet, my normal clothes, nothing unusual. The camera's memory card held only routine footage of me getting dressed, choosing outfits, nothing more. The realization crept in slowly. Either I was losing my mind or something was happening that defied explanation. But the evidence was real. I could touch it, smell it, feel the weight of these foreign objects in my hands. I started carrying the notebook everywhere, reading and rereading the entries. The handwriting described meeting someone at a coffee shop, someone who seemed familiar but whose face couldn't be recalled clearly. It described conversations about shared secrets, about things that needed to be hidden, about trust that had been broken. One entry particularly disturbed me. It described finding something that belonged to someone else, something that person would never willingly give up. The handwriting noted how easy it had been to take it, how the person hadn't even noticed it was missing. I checked my recent credit card statements, my bank records, my online purchase history. Nothing unusual. No unexplained transactions, no mysterious charges. Yet my closet continued to fill with items I couldn't account for. The neighbor across the hall mentioned seeing me leaving the building at unusual hours, carrying bags. She described my clothing in detail, the same jacket that had appeared in my closet, the same shoes I'd found muddy and grass-stained. But I had no memory of these excursions. I started locking my bedroom door, then my closet door. The locks were undisturbed each morning, yet new items continued to appear. A wallet with someone else's identification, emptied of cash but still containing personal photos. A phone with a cracked screen, password protected, filled with messages I couldn't read. The notebook entries grew more detailed, more disturbing. They described following someone, learning their routines, discovering their vulnerabilities. They described taking things that person valued, things that held emotional significance. The handwriting remained unmistakably mine, but the thoughts were foreign, calculating, cold. I contacted a locksmith, had the locks changed. I installed additional cameras, motion sensors, even considered sleeping in the living room. But the next morning I found a key on my kitchen counter, a key that fit the new locks perfectly. The final entry in the notebook was different. It was addressed to me, as if the writer knew I'd been reading along. It thanked me for providing such a comfortable space, for being so accommodating, for never asking too many questions. It promised that everything would be returned eventually, once the current situation was resolved. Below that, in the same handwriting, was a confession. It described taking things from multiple people, using their belongings to create false identities, to move through their lives undetected. It described the satisfaction of inhabiting someone else's space, of borrowing their identity while they slept. But the most chilling part was the signature. It was my name, written in my handwriting, but I had no memory of writing it. The ink was fresh, the paper still warm to the touch. I sit here now, afraid to sleep, afraid to leave, afraid to open the closet door. Because I'm starting to suspect that the person leaving these gifts isn't a stranger at all. The handwriting is mine, the key fits my locks, and the neighbor saw me carrying those bags. What if I'm not the victim of some elaborate intrusion? What if I'm the one doing the taking, the following, the collecting? What if the notebook entries aren't fiction, but confessions I've been writing in a state I can't remember? The closet door stands closed, waiting for me to discover what gift I've left for myself this time. And I'm terrified of what I might find, not because it belongs to someone else, but because I might finally remember how I got it. Crime 5, I found it right after crawling into bed, a crumpled map of my neighborhood unfolded on the coffee table. I don't use maps, I know every street, but this one had red dots sprayed in random places, lines connecting them with shaky arrows. On the back, someone had scrawled notes about my habits, what groceries I buy, which route I walk home, even what I do when there are no witnesses. I tried to throw it out. Weeks later, I found it again, folded late, like someone had slipped it under my door. I know it's watching, and it's being updated. I'm the subject. I just wish I knew who the author is and what they intend to do next. The first thing I noticed about the handwriting was how familiar it felt. Not the words themselves, but the slant of the letters, the way certain vowels curved. I'd seen this writing before, somewhere in the fog of daily routine. The paper smelled faintly of lavender and cigarettes, an odd combination that made my stomach turn. I started paying attention to things I'd never noticed before. The way my mailbox sometimes sat slightly askew when I came home from work. How the neighbor across the street always seemed to be watering plants that looked perfectly healthy. The jogger who passed my house every morning, always at the same pace, always wearing the same gray hoodie. The map appeared again 3 days later. This time, new details had been added. Someone had circled the coffee shop where I buy my usual order, marked the bench where I sit during lunch breaks, even noted the exact parking spot I prefer at the grocery store. They knew I always chose the second checkout lane, that I bought the same brand of cereal every week. I decided to change my routine. Different route to work, different coffee shop, different grocery store, but the map kept updating. New dots appeared, new arrows connecting places I thought no one else knew about. The person watching me was adapting, learning, staying one step ahead. The notes on the back became more detailed. They mentioned conversations I'd had with coworkers, phone calls I'd made from my car, even the way I tap my fingers when I'm nervous. Someone was close enough to hear these things, close enough to see the small gestures I barely noticed myself making. I started looking at everyone differently. The cashier who always smiled too widely, the maintenance worker who serviced the building across from mine, the woman who walked her dog past my house every evening, always slowing down near my front window. Each person became a potential author of those careful observations. The smell of lavender and cigarettes began following me. I caught hints of it in the elevator at work, in the aisle at the pharmacy, even in my own car after running errands. It was as if whoever was watching had started coming closer, leaving traces of their presence like breadcrumbs. I found a small recording device taped under my kitchen table. The battery was fresh, recently replaced. When I played back what it had captured, I heard myself making breakfast, talking to my cat, even singing in the shower. But there was something else, breathing that wasn't mine, soft and measured, as if someone had been listening to the recordings while I was away. The map evolved into something more complex. Floor plans of my apartment appeared, sketched with disturbing accuracy. They showed the layout of my furniture, the location of my bed, even the spot where I keep my spare key. Someone had been inside multiple times, studying the space while I was gone. I changed the locks. The map reflected this change within days, noting the new deadbolt, the different key shape, even the locksmith's name and phone number. Whoever was watching had seen the repair van, had maybe even spoken to the worker. The investigation consumed me. I spent hours studying the handwriting, comparing it to samples from coworkers, neighbors, even old letters from relatives. The similarities were maddening, always close, never quite matching. It was as if the author was deliberately disguising their natural writing style. I started keeping a journal of everyone I encountered, noting their behaviors, their access to my routine, their opportunities to observe me. The list grew longer each day, but no one seemed to fit perfectly. Everyone had alibis, explanations, reasons why they couldn't be the author. The breakthrough came when I found a second map, this one in my desk drawer at work. It showed the same neighborhood, the same red dots, but the handwriting was different, cleaner, more careful, as if someone had been practicing. The realization hit me like cold water. There wasn't one person watching me. There were at least two. I compared the maps side by side. The differences were subtle but unmistakable. One set of notes focused on my morning routine, the other on my evenings. One writer knew about my work habits, the other about my personal life. They were coordinating, sharing information, building a complete picture of my existence. The lavender and cigarette smell became stronger, more frequent. I started finding small objects moved in my apartment, a coffee mug turned the wrong way, a book closed when I'd left it open, a light switch flipped when I was certain I'd turned it off. They were no longer just watching from a distance. I installed cameras hidden in places I thought no one would look. The footage showed nothing unusual during the day, but at night, shadows moved differently. Shapes that might have been people or might have been tricks of light. The cameras themselves were found and disabled, one by one, always while I was asleep. The final map appeared on my pillow. This one was different, cleaner, more detailed, almost professional. It showed not just my neighborhood, but the entire city, with routes marked between my location and dozens of other houses. Other dots, other arrows, other lives being mapped and studied. I wasn't the only one. The handwriting on this map was familiar in a way that made my hands shake. The loops and curves, the way certain letters connected, I'd seen it in my own journal, in the notes I'd been taking about my watchers. The handwriting was mine. I sat in my living room, staring at the map, trying to remember writing it. The memories were there, buried under layers of routine and distraction. Late nights when I couldn't sleep, walking through the neighborhood, observing, taking notes. The lavender smell came from my own soap, the cigarettes from the pack I'd hidden in my desk drawer, a habit I'd convinced myself I'd quit. The other maps, the ones with different handwriting, I remembered now. The careful practice sessions, training my hand to write differently, creating the illusion of multiple watchers. The recordings, the moved objects, the disabled cameras, all of it orchestrated by someone who knew my schedule better than anyone else could. I was watching myself. The realization should have brought relief, but instead it opened a deeper question. If I was the author, if I was the one tracking my own movements, documenting my own habits, then what was I planning to do with this information? What did I intend to do next? I picked up the latest map, studied the newest notes written in my own disguised handwriting. Plans were forming, ideas I couldn't quite remember thinking. The person I became at night, the one who watched and documented and planned, that person had intentions I couldn't access during the day. The map is still on my table. I update it regularly now, though I'm never quite sure why. The red dots multiply, the arrows connect in increasingly complex patterns. I've started mapping other people too, other lives, other routines worth studying. I wish I knew what I'm planning to do with all this information. But every morning, I wake up with the unsettling certainty that the night version of myself knows exactly what comes next. And I'm terrified to find out. Crime 6, I never go up there. The realtor assured me it was sealed and unused. Yet I've heard movement when I pass below. Last night the floorboards shifted and I swear I felt someone breathing above me. I climbed up to check and found the hatch open, dust disturbed, footprints in the insulation, a single shoe, heavy nylon, clean but used. I looked deeper and saw a figure scurry out of sight. I chased it first, but the moment I pushed a beam aside, I froze. It wasn't a person. At least not anymore. It was a corpse. A body hanging, skeletal, straps around its wrists, a camera pointed at it. The last thing I heard was the camera's shutter, then silence. The metallic click echoed through my skull like a gunshot. I backed away, hands trembling, breath caught somewhere between my chest and throat. The camera was still running, red light blinking, recording me, recording my discovery. I should have called the police immediately. Instead, I stood there, staring at the scene, trying to process what I was seeing. The body was old, decomposed, but the setup was deliberate, professional. Someone had been documenting this. Someone had been watching. The smell hit me then, not the sweet, sickening odor of decay I expected, but something else. Something metallic mixed with a faint trace of aftershave. Recent. Someone had been here recently. I descended the ladder on shaking legs and sat in my kitchen, staring at the ceiling. The house suddenly felt different. Every creak, every settling sound took on new meaning. This wasn't just my home anymore. It was a crime scene, and I was living beneath it. The next morning, I forced myself to go back up. The camera was gone. The body remained, but the recording equipment had vanished. Someone had been in my house while I slept. Someone who knew I had found their secret. I examined the scene more carefully this time. The victim wore faded clothing, but no identification. No wallet, no jewelry. Nothing to indicate who they were or how they had ended up here. The bindings were professional-grade restraints. This wasn't a suicide. This was murder. But what disturbed me most were the scratches in the wooden beam above the body. Tally marks, dozens of them. Someone had been counting. Counting what? Days, visits, other victims. I contacted the authorities, but when they arrived, they found nothing. The body was gone. The restraints, the evidence, everything had been removed. They looked at me like I was having a breakdown. The detectives suggested I might be suffering from stress, maybe seeing things that weren't there. But I knew what I had seen, I knew what I had smelled, and I knew someone was still watching. I started investigating the house's history. The previous owner had lived here for decades, a quiet man who kept to himself. Neighbors described him as polite but distant. He had died alone, they said, natural causes. The house had sat empty for months before I purchased it. I found old newspaper clippings at the local library. 3 missing persons cases over the past 5 years. All young adults, all last seen in this neighborhood. All cases went cold. The photographs in those articles haunted me. Their faces were so ordinary, so alive. I wondered if any of them had been in my attic, if any of them had died above where I now slept. I installed security cameras throughout the house, motion sensors, alarms, but whoever was doing this was smart. They knew how to avoid detection. They knew this house better than I did. The first recording came a week later. A manila envelope slipped under my door while I was at work. Inside, a single photograph, the attic, the body, me standing there, face pale with shock. Someone had been documenting my discovery. More photographs followed, me sleeping, me eating breakfast, me staring at the ceiling, wondering what had happened up there. Someone was watching me constantly, turning my own home into a prison. I tried to leave, packed my bags, booked a hotel room, but as I reached for my car keys, I found another envelope. This one contained a single sheet of paper with an address, my workplace, my mother's house, my sister's apartment. The message was clear: running wouldn't help. I returned to the house and found a new camera in the attic. This one was different, older. When I examined it, I discovered it contained dozens of memory cards, hours of footage. I connected it to my laptop and watched in growing horror. The videos showed the attic over months, maybe years. Different people brought up, restrained, left there, some for days, some for weeks. The camera captured everything: their fear, their pleading, their final moments. But what made my blood freeze was the voice behind the camera. Calm, methodical, familiar. It was the realtor, the man who had sold me this house, the man who had assured me the attic was sealed and unused. I watched him in video after video, explaining to his victims what he was doing, how he had chosen them, how no one would look for them here, how the house had been perfect for his needs. The last video was different. It showed him cleaning the attic, removing the body I had discovered. He spoke directly to the camera as if addressing me personally. He thanked me for purchasing the house, for giving him a reason to clean up his old mistakes, for providing him with a new witness to document. I realized then that my discovery hadn't been accidental. He had wanted me to find the body. He had wanted me to be part of his collection. The photographs he had been sending weren't threats, they were souvenirs. I contacted the police again, bringing the videos as evidence. But when they arrived at the realtor's office, they found it empty. He had vanished, no forwarding address, no trace of where he had gone. The detective assigned to the case seemed genuinely concerned this time. He examined the videos, took statements, promised to investigate, but I could see the doubt in his eyes. The evidence was too convenient, too perfectly preserved. He wondered if I had created it all myself. I still live in the house. I can't afford to move, and part of me wonders if he would simply follow me wherever I went. The attic remains empty now, but I can still hear sounds up there sometimes. Footsteps, breathing, the soft click of a camera shutter. I've stopped investigating, stopped asking questions, because I've realized something that terrifies me more than anything else I've discovered. In all those videos, in all those hours of footage, I never saw him clearly, never saw his face. The man I thought was the realtor could have been anyone. He could be my neighbor, my coworker, the person who delivers my mail. He could be watching me right now, waiting for the perfect moment to add me to his collection. The truth is, I don't know who he is, I don't know where he is, and I don't know when he's coming back. But I know he's still out there, still watching, still recording. And I know that someday I'll hear that camera shutter click one last time. Crime 7, it was casual at first. I'd blink and my reflection wouldn't, or turned when I didn't. I gasped and it mimicked me half a second later. I tricked it, one hand raised, mine stayed down. It raised both, the trick of the light, I didn't think so. I taped over all mirrors and reflective surfaces. But one morning I saw it again through the window as I slept. There it was, watching me, mouth curved in a grin I've never had. I covered the glass. I threw out every mirror. But something still sees me, and whatever it is, it definitely copycat me more accurately than I mirror myself. That's what I told the detective when she first knocked on my door. Her badge caught the light from my covered window, and I noticed how she kept glancing at the black tape stretched across every reflective surface in my apartment. She wanted to know about the woman who lived below me, the one who'd been missing for 3 weeks. I'd been hearing things through the thin walls, footsteps that matched mine perfectly but offset by seconds. The sound of dishes being washed when I wasn't washing any. A voice that sounded like mine practicing conversations I'd never had. The landlord said the downstairs tenant had been quiet, kept to herself, paid rent on time. But I knew she was there, mimicking my routine with a precision that made my skin crawl. The detective asked if I'd ever spoken to her. I told her about the morning I'd caught a glimpse through my peephole. A woman ascending the stairs with my exact gait, wearing clothes that looked familiar but weren't quite right, like someone had studied my wardrobe and recreated it from memory. She'd paused at my door, and I swear I heard her breathing synchronize with mine through the wood. I started keeping a journal documenting every sound, every movement I heard from below. The patterns were too perfect to be coincidence. When I brushed my teeth, I'd hear the electric toothbrush downstairs. When I moved furniture, something heavy would scrape across her floor. When I cried, and I'd been crying more frequently, I'd hear muffled sobs through the heating vents. The detective took notes, but I could see the skepticism in her eyes. She asked about the mirrors, about the tape, about why I'd isolated myself so completely. I tried to explain about the reflection, about how it had started moving independently, but the words sounded insane even to me. She asked if I'd been sleeping, if I'd been taking any medication, if I'd been under stress. I led her to my bathroom where I'd covered the medicine cabinet mirror with thick black plastic. I told her about the morning I'd woken up and seen my reflection already awake, already dressed, already watching me with eyes that held knowledge I didn't possess. How it had waved at me first, before I'd even lifted my hand. She asked if I had any photos of the missing woman. I didn't, but I had something else, a recording I'd made one evening when the sounds from below had been particularly disturbing. I played it for her, my voice speaking words I'd never said, having a conversation with someone who only responded in whispers. The detective's expression changed when she heard the recording. She asked me to play it again, and I watched her face grow pale as she listened to my voice discussing details about the building's layout, about the other tenants' schedules, about the best routes to avoid the security cameras in the parking garage. I told her I'd never said those words, never had that conversation, but the voice was unmistakably mine, my inflection, my slight accent, even the way I cleared my throat when nervous. She asked if I'd ever been diagnosed with any psychological conditions, and I could hear the shift in her tone. The investigation expanded. They found her purse in the dumpster behind our building, wallet intact but identification missing. Her car was still in its assigned parking spot, keys hanging from the ignition. Security footage showed her entering the building but never leaving. The cameras in the stairwell had been mysteriously disabled during the window when she disappeared. I started receiving visits from other detectives, from social workers, from people who introduced themselves with titles I didn't understand. They asked about my childhood, about my family, about whether I'd ever experienced blackouts or memory loss. They wanted to know about the woman downstairs, but their questions felt different now, like they were trying to understand something I wasn't grasping. The detective returned with a photograph. It was a driver's license photo, she said, of the missing woman. She held it up beside my face, and I saw her studying the similarity in our features. The woman in the photo had my eyes, my nose, my mouth, but there was something different about her expression, a confidence, a knowingness that I recognized from my covered mirrors. She asked if I had a twin, if I'd been adopted, if there was any family history I might not know about. I told her I was an only child, that my parents had died in an accident when I was young, that I'd been raised by distant relatives who'd never mentioned any siblings. But looking at the photograph, I felt a recognition that chilled me to the bone. The forensics team found traces of my DNA in the downstairs apartment, hair strands, skin cells, fingerprints on surfaces I swear I'd never touched. They found my handwriting in a notebook filled with observations about the building's other tenants, detailed schedules I'd never compiled, plans I'd never made. The detective asked if I'd ever sleepwalked, if I'd ever found myself in places I didn't remember going. I started having dreams about the woman downstairs, or maybe they weren't dreams. In them, I would move through her apartment like I'd lived there for years, knowing where every object belonged, remembering conversations with neighbors I'd never met. I would stand in front of her bathroom mirror and see myself clearly, no tape or covering blocking my view. The detective called me in for additional questioning. She played security footage from the building's entrance, showing me walking in and out at times I couldn't account for. But in the footage, I moved differently, with purpose, with confidence, with the same knowing smile I'd seen in my reflection. She asked if I remembered going to the hardware store to buy the black tape I'd used to cover my mirrors. I didn't. She showed me a receipt with my signature, a timestamp that aligned with one of my unexplained absences. She asked if I remembered purchasing the notebook found in the missing woman's apartment. I didn't, but the handwriting was unmistakably mine. The investigation revealed that the woman downstairs had been paying rent using checks signed in my name from an account I'd never opened. She'd been using my social security number, my credit history, my entire identity. But according to the records, she'd been living there longer than I'd been living upstairs. The detective asked me to look at the photograph again. This time she covered half of it with her hand, showing me only the eyes. They were my eyes, looking back at me with an expression I recognized but had never worn. She asked if I was certain I didn't know this woman, if I was certain I'd never met her. I told her about the reflection again, about how it had started moving independently, about how it seemed to know things I didn't. She asked if I'd ever considered that maybe I was the reflection and the woman downstairs was the original. The question hung in the air between us like a challenge to everything I thought I knew about myself. The case remains open. The woman is still missing, though sometimes I wonder if she ever existed at all. The apartment below mine sits empty now, but I still hear footsteps that match mine perfectly, still hear my voice having conversations I don't remember. I've left the mirrors covered. I've stopped looking at my reflection in windows, in puddles, in any surface that might show me something I'm not prepared to see. Because what if the detective was right? What if I'm not who I think I am? What if I'm the copy and somewhere out there, the original is still watching, still waiting, still moving without me? Crime 8, I leave them on the counter when I come home. I never set them on the table, yet every evening they're there clean, shiny, exactly what I lost last year. 2 days ago they weren't there. I panicked, tore apart every coat pocket, checked everywhere. That night I found them again, this time with a spare house key attached and a USB drive. I opened it. Inside were video clips. My house, every room, every corner, recorded from angles even hidden cameras wouldn't catch. The last clip showed the footage from my kitchen camera, but the timestamp was off. It was recording from within the walls. The coffee in my mug had gone cold while I stared at the screen. Frame by frame, I watched myself move through my own home, unaware of being observed. The footage quality was too good for standard security equipment, professional grade. Someone had invested serious money in watching me. I called the detective who handled my original missing person report, the one about my neighbor who disappeared the same week my keys went missing. She listened patiently as I explained about the USB drive, the impossible camera angles, the timestamps that didn't match any equipment I owned. "Bring everything to the station," she said. Her voice carried that careful tone cops use when they're not sure if you're credible or crazy. The evidence bag felt heavier than it should have when I handed it over. Inside was everything, the keys, the spare, the drive, but looking at them through the plastic, something felt wrong. The spare key looked worn, like it had been used frequently. The metal showed scratches around the edges that suggested regular insertion into a lock. This spare key, the detective said, examining it under her desk lamp. It's not new, someone's been using it. That night I changed my locks, all of them. The locksmith was thorough, professional, expensive. He asked no questions when I requested the highest grade deadbolts they carried. When he finished, I felt safer than I had in months. The feeling lasted exactly 1 week. I came home to find fresh flowers on my kitchen table. Not expensive ones, grocery store carnations in a mason jar, the kind of casual arrangement someone might bring to a friend's house, but I hadn't bought them. No one had a key to my home. The flowers smelled like funeral parlors and forgotten promises. I threw them away immediately, but the scent lingered, sweet decay masked by chemical freshness. I installed motion sensors, upgraded my alarm system, added cameras to every room. The monitoring company assured me that nothing could bypass their equipment. Professional grade, they said, military specifications. For 2 weeks, nothing happened. The recordings showed only me, moving through my routines, eating alone, sleeping fitfully. Normal footage of an abnormal situation. Then I found the notebook. It was tucked behind my coffee maker, spiral-bound and filled with handwriting I didn't recognize. Page after page of observations about my daily habits, what I ate for breakfast, when I left for work, how long I stayed in the shower, the medications I took, the shows I watched, details no casual observer could know. But the handwriting looked familiar, not like someone I knew, but like someone trying to disguise their natural style. Letters formed too carefully, angles too deliberate, the kind of writing you produce when you're actively trying to change how you normally write. I photographed every page before calling the detective again. This time she agreed to meet me at my house. She walked through each room, examining the new locks, the cameras, the sensor equipment. Her fingers traced the windowsills, checking for signs of forced entry. "Your security system is impressive," she said, reviewing the footage on my laptop. "But whoever's doing this isn't breaking in. They're using a key." "That's impossible. I changed all the locks." "Not all of them." She led me to the basement door. The lock there was original, installed when the house was built. I rarely used this entrance, had forgotten it existed, but the metal around the keyhole showed recent scratches, fresh ones. "Someone's been coming through here," she said, "probably for months." We descended into the basement together. The space felt different than I remembered, too clean, too organized. Boxes I'd left in one corner had been moved to another. The concrete floor showed scuff marks from furniture being dragged across it. In the corner, behind my old college textbooks, we found the equipment. Professional surveillance gear, cameras small enough to fit inside wall outlets, audio recording devices that could pick up conversations from 3 rooms away, a laptop connected to wireless transmitters I couldn't identify. "This is expensive," the detective said, photographing everything. "Whoever set this up has serious resources." The laptop was password protected, but she had a contact who specialized in digital forensics. While we waited for him to arrive, I kept thinking about the notebook, about the handwriting that seemed almost familiar. "The person who disappeared," I said. "My neighbor. Did you ever find any lights?" "We found their car," she said, "but no body, no witnesses. The case went cold." "What kind of car?" "A sedan. Why?" I remembered the sedan parked across the street the morning after my keys reappeared. I'd seen it several times since then, always in different spots, always with tinted windows, never close enough to see the driver clearly. The forensics expert arrived as the sun was setting. He worked quickly, bypassing the laptop security with tools I didn't recognize. Within minutes, he had access to the hard drive. "This is interesting," he said, scrolling through files. "Most of this footage is from inside your house, but there are other locations too. Looks like this person was surveilling multiple targets." He opened a folder labeled with a date from last year, the date my neighbor disappeared. The footage showed my neighbor's house, their daily routines, their comings and goings, but it also showed someone else. A figure in dark clothes, always careful to stay out of direct camera view. In one clip, filmed through my neighbor's kitchen window, this person could be seen rummaging through drawers, searching for something. "Can you enhance this?" the detective asked. The forensics expert worked with the image, adjusting contrast and brightness. Slowly, a clearer picture emerged. The person in the footage was wearing gloves, but their build and movements were familiar, too familiar. "I need to check something," I said, and ran upstairs to get the notebook. I compared the handwriting to a sample I kept in my desk drawer. A shopping list I'd written months ago before any of this started. The letter formations matched, the spacing was identical. But I hadn't written the notebook I would have remembered. "There's more," the forensics expert called from the basement. "This laptop has been accessing your personal accounts, banking, email, social media. Someone's been monitoring your entire digital life." I thought about the passwords I'd changed, the security measures I'd implemented. All of it useless if someone had access to my computer history from inside my own house. "The timestamp issue you mentioned," the detective said, "on the original USB drive, what if it wasn't a mistake?" We pulled up the footage again. The kitchen camera showed me making coffee, completely unaware of being watched, but according to the timestamp, it was recorded 3 hours before I'd actually been in the kitchen that morning. "Someone edited this," the forensics expert said. "They filmed you, then manipulated the timestamp to make it look like they were predicting your movements." "But why?" "To make you question your own memory, to make you doubt what you were seeing." I felt the floor shifting beneath me. If the timestamps were fake, if the footage was edited, then what else had been manipulated? How long had someone been playing with my perception of reality? The detective's phone rang. She answered, spoke in low tones, then hung up with a grim expression. "We found your neighbor," she said, "or rather we found remains, buried in the woods about 10 miles from here. Preliminary examination suggests they've been dead for almost a year. Since right after my keys disappeared." "Well, yes." I looked at the surveillance equipment, the edited footage, the notebook filled with observations about my life. Someone had been watching me, studying me, preparing for something. But what? "The person doing this," I said, "they're not just watching me, they're studying me, learning how to be me." The detective nodded slowly. Identity theft on a psychological level. They wanted to know everything about you, your habits, your reactions, your fears. But why kill my neighbor? Maybe your neighbor saw something. Maybe they figured out what was happening. Or maybe I thought but didn't say my neighbor had been the one doing the watching, and someone else had stopped them. That night I stayed in a hotel. The detective arranged for a full forensic sweep of my house, but I couldn't bear to be there while they worked. I kept thinking about the notebook, about handwriting that looked like mine but wasn't mine. The next morning, she called with results that made my blood run cold. "We found more surveillance equipment," she said, "hidden inside your walls just like you suspected. But here's the strange part, some of it has been there for years, long before your neighbor disappeared." "Oh, years." "The wiring suggests it was installed when the house was built, or shortly after." I tried to remember who had lived in my house before me. The previous owner had been elderly, a woman who'd moved to assisted living. She'd seemed harmless, grateful to find a buyer who would take care of her home. "Did you run a background check on the previous owner?" I asked. "We did. She died 6 months ago, natural causes, but she had a son who helped her with a house sale. He had access to the property for months before you moved in." "Where is he now?" "That's what we're trying to figure out." The pieces were falling into place, but they formed a picture I didn't want to see. Someone had been watching me from the moment I'd moved into this house, learning my routines, my habits, my vulnerabilities. The surveillance equipment wasn't just about observation, it was about preparation. But preparation for what? I think I know now, sitting in this hotel room, writing down everything I can remember. The handwriting in the notebook looked like mine because someone had been practicing. The timestamps on the footage were wrong because someone was learning to predict my behavior. Someone who had been studying me for years, waiting for the right moment to step into my life. My neighbor might have discovered the truth, or maybe they were part of it from the beginning. The detective says they're closing in on the son, but I'm not sure it matters anymore. The damage is done. Someone knows everything about me, my patterns, my fears, my secrets. They've been inside my walls, inside my life, inside my head. I changed my locks, but I can't change the fact that someone else has been living my life alongside me, invisible and patient. The keys I didn't lose keep appearing because someone else has been carrying them all along. The question I can't answer is this: how long have I been the one being watched, and how long have I been the one doing the watching? Looking at my handwriting now, forming these words, I'm not entirely sure I would recognize it if I saw it in someone else's notebook. Some truths are too heavy to carry alone, and some mysteries are designed never to be solved. Crime 9, I scrubbed the stain from the kitchen tile literally hours after moving in. It was brown, dark, like dried mud, but smelled like iron. I assumed old coffee spilled. I cleaned it thoroughly. 2 days later, there it was again, same shape, same spot. I bleached it, mopped, painted the tile. Nothing worked. Now each morning I find a new dark stain somewhere, tile, wood, floor, even carpet. They never dry. They smell faintly of copper and rot. I feel convicted. Someone wants me to know what's buried beneath. I've started digging in the walls, but each time the walls push back. The real estate agent had been nervous. Her hands shook when she handed me the keys, and she kept glancing toward the kitchen as if expecting something to emerge from the shadows. The house sat at the end of a quiet street, surrounded by mature trees that blocked most of the sunlight, perfect for someone who wanted privacy, perfect for someone who wanted to disappear. I found the first envelope wedged behind the refrigerator when I was cleaning. The paper was yellowed, brittle, like it had been there for years. Inside, a single photograph, a woman standing in this exact kitchen, smiling at the camera. She wore a floral dress, her hair pulled back in a style that suggested the photo was taken decades ago. On the back, someone had written before in careful handwriting. The stains multiplied. I documented them, took photographs, measured their dimensions. Each one appeared in a different location, but they all shared the same characteristics: dark brown, slightly viscous, that metallic smell that made my stomach turn. I started keeping a journal, recording when and where each stain appeared. The pattern made no sense, but patterns don't lie. The neighbor next door watched me from her window, an elderly woman with sharp eyes and a mouth that seemed permanently set in a frown. When I finally approached her, she invited me in for coffee. Her living room was pristine, every surface polished to a shine. She poured the coffee with steady hands, but I noticed how she avoided looking directly at me. "The previous owner," she said, settling into her chair. She was a lovely woman, kept to herself mostly, but always waved when she saw me in the garden. She paused, stirring her coffee with deliberate precision. Terrible what happened to her. I waited for her to continue, but she seemed lost in her own thoughts. The coffee grew cold between us. "What happened?" I finally asked. "Nobody knows for certain. She just disappeared one morning. Police searched everywhere, questioned everyone, found nothing. Her car was still in the driveway, her purse on the kitchen counter, like she just vanished into thin air." The stains weren't random. I realized this when I started mapping their locations on graph paper. They formed a pattern, a constellation of dark spots that seemed to follow a specific path through the house. From the kitchen to the back bedroom, from the bedroom to the basement stairs, from the basement to the garden shed. I found the second envelope in the shed, hidden beneath a stack of old newspapers. This photograph showed the same woman, but something had changed. Her smile seemed forced, her eyes wide with an emotion I couldn't quite identify. Fear maybe, or guilt. On the back, someone had written "during" in the same careful handwriting. The basement was where the smell was strongest, a sweet, cloying odor that seemed to seep from the concrete walls themselves. I borrowed a metal detector from a friend, told him I was looking for buried treasure. He laughed, said I was more likely to find old pipes or electrical cables. I didn't tell him about the stains, about the photographs, about the way the house seemed to hold its breath whenever I descended those stairs. The detector started beeping near the far corner of the basement. I marked the spot and began digging with a small shovel. The concrete was old, cracked in places, easier to break than I expected. Beneath it, the soil was dark and rich, with an earthy smell that almost masked the metallic tang I'd grown accustomed to. The elderly neighbor appeared at my back door the next morning. She looked different, more fragile somehow, as if she'd aged years overnight. She held a manila envelope in her hands, clutching it against her chest like a shield. "I've been watching you," she said, "watching you dig. I think you deserve to know the truth." Inside the envelope was a third photograph, the same woman, but this time she wasn't alone. A man stood beside her, his face partially obscured by shadows. His hand rested on her shoulder, but there was something possessive about the gesture, something that made my skin crawl. On the back, someone had written "after" in that same careful handwriting. "He was her husband," the neighbor explained. "Charming man, at least on the surface. Always quick with a joke, always ready to help with yard work or home repairs. But I noticed things, the way she flinched when he touched her, the way she never left the house without asking his permission first, the way she started wearing long sleeves even in summer." She paused, looking out toward my house with eyes that seemed to see through the walls. The police questioned him, of course. He had an alibi, witnesses who could account for his whereabouts. But alibis can be manufactured, witnesses can be bought. The investigation stalled, and eventually people stopped asking questions. He moved away shortly after, sold the house through a real estate company. I heard he remarried, started a new life somewhere else. The stains had stopped appearing, but the smell remained. I stood in the basement corner where I'd been digging, holding the photographs in my hands. The pattern was complete now, the story told through a series of dark spots that traced a path through the house. But patterns don't always reveal truth. Sometimes they just show us what we want to see. I sealed the photographs in a plastic bag and placed them in my safety deposit box. The police had closed the case years ago, filed it away under missing persons with thousands of others. Without a body, without concrete evidence, there was nothing to investigate. Just the suspicions of an old woman and the fevered imagination of a new homeowner who'd found some old photographs. But I know what I smell in the basement. I know what seeps through the concrete and stains my floors. I know why the house was sold so quickly, why the price was so reasonable, why the real estate agent's hands shook when she handed me the keys. The truth is buried here beneath my feet, beneath the foundation of this house. And somewhere in another house in another town, a man is living a new life with a new wife, believing he's escaped the consequences of his actions, believing the past stays buried. But the stains keep reappearing, and I'm beginning to understand that some secrets refuse to stay hidden. Some truths seep through concrete and time, demanding to be acknowledged, demanding justice that may never come. I've stopped trying to clean them. Instead, I document them, photograph them, map their locations, building a case that will never see the inside of a courtroom, collecting evidence that will never convince a jury. But patterns don't lie, and stains don't disappear on their own. The house remembers, and so do I. Story 10. In the quiet stillness of the night, whispers of a forgotten tale lingered within the walls of the old Victorian-era home that Michael and Sarah Klein now called their own. What began as a simple endeavor to peel away some peeling wallpaper unraveled a mysterious narrative that intertwined the past with the present in an inexplicable dance of secrets. The layers peeled back like pages of a forgotten diary, each revealing a piece of a puzzle long buried in the shadows. As the floral wallpaper gave way to reveal outdated patterns from decades past, it was the third layer that held the key and name, scrawled in ink, hauntingly repeated across the wall: Eleanor Winters. Sarah's fingertips traced the frantic script, a name that echoed through the corridors of time, beckoning them to unravel its enigmatic significance. Who was Eleanor Winters, and why was her name etched so fervently within the walls of their home? As the night deepened, Michael delved into the depths of the internet, seeking answers that seemed to elude logic. The name Eleanor Winters existed in the annals of a missing persons case from a bygone era, a woman whose fate had remained shrouded in mystery for 30 long years. The photograph of the missing woman bore an uncanny resemblance to the previous owner of the house, Margaret Cavendish, a woman of elegance and enigma who had parted with the property under peculiar circumstances, leaving behind a trail of questions that begged for resolution. Their home transformed into a sanctuary of secrets, a sanctuary where curiosity blossomed into obsession as they delved deeper into the enigmatic past that intertwined with their present reality. The layers of time peeled away, revealing hidden spaces and concealed truths that whispered of a darkness long forgotten. Forensic teams descended upon their home, turning it into a stage for a chilling revelation that defied all reason. The walls themselves bore witness to a tale of fractured identities and a mind ensnared in a labyrinth of its own making. Eleanor Winters, Rebecca Eldridge, Margaret Cavendish, the names intertwined in a tapestry of deceit and despair that unfolded before their eyes. Beneath the floorboards lay a haunting discovery, a trove of identities belonging to a single fractured soul, each mask a reflection of a shattered psyche struggling to maintain a semblance of reality. The truth emerged like a specter from the shadows, casting a pall over the tranquil facade of their dream home. As the excavation of their backyard unearthed long-buried secrets, the past collided with the present in a crescendo of revelation. The remains of Eleanor Winters emerged from the depths, her story woven into the very fabric of the walls that bore witness to her tragic fate. Rebecca Eldridge, the chameleon of identities, stood at the heart of the mystery, a fractured soul torn asunder by the weight of her own delusions. The truth, a blade that cut through the veil of deception, revealed a tale of jealousy and madness that had festered for decades in the shadows. For Eleanor's family, closure came 3 decades late, a bittersweet solace that whispered of justice in the stillness of the night. And for Michael and Sarah, their dream home became a poignant reminder of a tale untold, a footnote in the annals of true crime history, forever haunted by the echoes of a name etched in the walls, a name that spoke of a tragedy long forgotten but never truly laid to rest. Story 11, The Polaroid of Forgotten Birthdays. The ancient Polaroid held captured memories of long-ago birthdays, frozen in time. Among the smiling faces and flickering candles, there was something unsettling, a figure lurking in the background. A man, shrouded in shadows, gradually moving closer with each passing photo. Sarah Winters stumbled upon this eerie collection while sorting through her late mother's attic. A box labeled Memories revealed a haunting series of faded photographs from her childhood, documenting joyous family gatherings. Instead of solace, the discovery plunged Sarah into a chilling mystery. In the earliest photo, the mysterious figure was barely discernible, a mere silhouette on the periphery during her 7th birthday celebration. As the photos progressed, he crept closer, blending into the festivities unnoticed by anyone else. Sarah, unnerved by this revelation, reached out to her father for answers. Confusion and unease gripped her father as he denied any knowledge of the stranger in the photos. Detective Marcus Reed, a seasoned investigator, took an interest in Sarah's unsettling discovery. As she laid out the photos before him, a sense of foreboding settled in the room, amplified by the patter of rain against the window panes. The detective scrutinized each image, recognizing the deliberate movement of the shadowy figure through the frames. Despite efforts to identify him, the man remained elusive, a ghostly presence haunting the edges of cherished memories. Facial recognition technology proved futile, as if the figure possessed an uncanny awareness of the camera's lens. The investigation took a macabre turn when Sarah unearthed more photos depicting the same figure at various family gatherings over the years. With the aid of technology, hidden details emerged, linking the mysterious man to a dark past. Dental records provided a crucial breakthrough, revealing his identity as Robert Keller, a maintenance worker with a sinister history of child abductions. An unsettling connection surfaced. The disappearances coincided with the gatherings captured in the Polaroids. Keller, a shadow among celebrations, had orchestrated unspeakable horrors under the guise of anonymity. The revelation sent shivers down Sarah's spine as she grappled with the chilling truth. Authorities uncovered damning evidence buried beneath Keller's former residence, confirming his heinous crimes. The closure brought little solace to the families of the missing children, shattered by the revelation of long-buried secrets. Sarah, haunted by the knowledge that evil had lurked unnoticed in their midst, pondered the sinister implications of the hidden figure in the photos. As justice finally caught up with the elusive predator, Sarah packed away the damning evidence, a testament to the unseen dangers lurking within seemingly innocent snapshots. The shadowy figure, now unmasked, stood as a chilling reminder of the darkness that can weave its way through the fabric of cherished memories, forever altering their meaning. Story 12, the mysterious essence of the Victorian manor, whispered tales of forgotten secrets and hidden truths. The new homeowners, Daniel and Meredith Parker, felt a sense of intrigue as they settled into their new abode. The old intercom system, crackling with a ghostly energy late at night, became the focal point of their curiosity. A relic from another time, it seemed to hold memories long buried within its wires. One fateful night, the husband, driven by a strange impulse, pressed the button on the intercom. A whisper, faint yet chilling, crackled through the speaker, asking, "Why did you come back?" His hands trembled as he recoiled in shock. Standing behind him, his wife, equally unnerved, denied ever speaking those words. The manor, with its weathered exterior and modern interior, exuded an aura of mystery, nestled among ancient oak trees. The intercom system, a vintage feature connecting all the rooms, seemed to hold a secret of its own, echoing whispers of the past. Detective Sarah Reeves arrived at the property in her unmarked vehicle, drawn by the enigmatic call of a potential break-in. Something in the air hinted at a deeper story waiting to be unveiled. Daniel, with a haunted look in his eyes, led her through the grand foyer, recounting the strange occurrences that had plagued them since moving in. Meredith, seated on an antique sofa, held a steaming mug tightly, her expression tense. Without preamble, she revealed the discovery behind a wall in the kitchen pantry, a small leather-bound journal belonging to Eleanor, the previous owner. The entries spoke of fear and suspicion, hinting at a dark tale of betrayal and tragedy. As Detective Reeves delved deeper into the history of the house, a chilling truth began to surface. The journal revealed Eleanor's growing fear of her husband Vincent, leading to a shocking revelation of her untimely demise. The investigation uncovered hidden secrets buried beneath the concrete foundation, shedding light on a decades-old crime. Vincent Blackwood, now a frail old man residing in a care facility, confessed to the murder of his wife, Eleanor. His cold demeanor and calculated actions sent shivers down the detective's spine. The truth behind Eleanor's disappearance and Vincent's elaborate deception finally came to light, bringing a sense of closure to the long-buried mystery. The house, a silent witness to the tragic events of the past, whispered its secrets to those who dared to listen. Daniel and Meredith, unable to bear the weight of the dark history, made the decision to part ways with the manor, leaving behind the echoes of the past. As the house changed hands once more, the intercom system was removed, its static whispers fading into the shadows of memory. Detective Reeves, reflecting on the case that had haunted her, drove past the property, feeling a sense of peace wash over her. The house, with its dark past now exposed, stood as a testament to the enduring power of truth and justice. And as the whispers of the wind carried echoes of a bygone era, the mystery of the house that answered back remained etched in the hearts of those who had unraveled its secrets. Story 13, The Realtor's Secret. The listing from the realtor made no mention of a basement. The blueprints, carefully examined, revealed no trace of it either. Yet when the family decided to replace the worn-out carpet in their new home, they stumbled upon a hidden secret, a door concealed beneath the floor. With a handle coated in rust, it took the combined effort of 3 family members to pry it ajar. As the door creaked open, a rush of stale air, heavy with the aroma of damp earth, greeted them. Descending the steps into the darkness, they braced themselves for what they thought would be a typical storage space. Instead, they were greeted by an eerie sight: a solitary chair placed beneath a swaying light bulb, casting flickering shadows. And on the wall behind the chair, a chilling display awaited them: a series of photographs, all featuring them, the Mercer family. The Mercers had moved into the suburban dwelling during the harsh winter months, the darkness of early evenings enveloping the neighborhood, with bare trees standing stark against the cold sky. Initially drawn to the two-story structure with its weathered exterior and creaking floors, they had envisioned the house as having character and a rich history. Little did they know the depth of history the house truly held, and how it would violently intersect with their present. Detective Sarah Connors arrived at the property with her partner, the crime scene unit already in place, yellow tape fluttering in the breeze, securing the perimeter. Mrs. Mercer's panic call had detailed the shocking discovery beneath their very living room floor. "We must document everything before anyone else enters," Connors directed, pulling on latex gloves with practiced ease. The flash of cameras illuminated the stairwell as the forensic team meticulously captured the scene. The wooden steps groaned underfoot as they descended into the small basement, resembling the size of a standard bedroom, with gray-painted concrete walls. In the center, a lone chair was bolted to the floor, beneath the harsh glare of a bare bulb casting dancing shadows. The wall, adorned with 37 photographs, arranged meticulously in chronological order, drew their focus. "These date back nearly 4 weeks," Connor's partner observed, noting the timestamps on the prints. The images captured intimate moments of the Mercer family within their own home, asleep, dining, and going about their daily routines. The investigation yielded no signs of forced entry, no evidence of theft, only a profound invasion of privacy and security. Forensics uncovered multiple fingerprints, most belonging to previous homeowners, hinting at a dark history of the property. Delving deeper into the house's past, they uncovered a trail of inconsistencies in records and permits, leading to a chilling revelation. The contractor who had renovated the house years before adamantly denied the existence of the basement, claiming to have gutted the space down to its foundation with no sign of a hidden chamber. Digital forensics unearthed a hidden memory card within the light fixture, revealing a trove of images capturing not just the Mercers, but previous families, their every move documented in eerie detail. Audio files recovered from a concealed box in the basement exposed conversations held within the house, indicating a sophisticated surveillance system unseen during the initial search. Following a trail of clues, investigators discovered a secret passage behind the wall of photographs. A monitoring station equipped with cameras, a laptop, and a journal filled with meticulous observations penned by the house's original builder, Edward Kelvin. His sudden disappearance during construction, coupled with the journal's unsettling entries, painted a chilling picture of a man consumed by delusions of ownership and surveillance. The manhunt for Kelvin revealed his emaciated form hidden within the house's walls, living in the shadows he had meticulously constructed. His detached demeanor during questioning hinted at a profound disconnect from reality, viewing the families as mere subjects in his twisted experiment. The families, including the Mercers, fled the property, leaving behind the house of horrors as the truth unraveled in court. Kelvin's conviction shed light on the house's dark purpose, a voyeuristic masterpiece designed to trap its inhabitants in a web of surveillance and manipulation. Despite the demolition of the property, the families remained haunted by the lingering presence of the unseen observer, questioning their privacy within the walls that had harbored such sinister secrets. The violation they endured left scars that ran deeper than the physical, a reminder that sometimes the greatest dangers lurk within the familiar shadows of one's own home. Story 14. In the beginning, there was a mere flicker of disturbance in the baby monitor's transmission. The mother brushed it off as mere interference, but then the audio crackled and a voice softly whispered, "Hush now, drift back to sleep." A shiver ran down her spine. Hastily, she dashed to her son's room, heart racing, only to find the crib empty. The window remained shut, the door securely locked. The only anomaly was a stuffed rabbit lying on the floor, its glossy black eyes fixed on her. Later, Rebecca recounted to the investigators how she screamed until her voice was raw, her terror echoing through the night. The neighbors, startled by her cries, promptly dialed emergency services. Upon arrival, the authorities discovered Rebecca clutching the stuffed rabbit, swaying on the nursery floor in distress. Samuel, her 4-month-old baby, had vanished without a single trace. Initial inquiries yielded minimal leads. No signs of forced entry were evident. The security system had remained armed throughout the night. The recorded footage from the baby monitor showed nothing abnormal until the emergence of that eerie voice and static. Investigators found themselves confounded. How could an intruder breach a locked home, snatch a child, and depart without a trace, save for disturbing a mere stuffed animal? Suspicion fell heavily on Rebecca. Her husband Daniel had been away on business, and their relationship had been strained since Samuel's arrival. Medical records unveiled Rebecca's struggles with postpartum depression. A detective observed her composed demeanor during questioning, deeming it unsettling for a mother facing such a harrowing situation. Gossips buzzed within the community, casting shadows of doubt. Then a breakthrough emerged. Forensic experts uncovered minuscule fibers on the nursery windowsill that did not match any household textiles or family garments. These fibers belonged to a rare type of climbing rope, hinting at a skilled intruder gaining access to the second-floor nursery from outside. The focus of the investigation shifted. Surveillance footage from neighboring residences revealed a dark figure skulking in the shadows on the fateful night. A partial footprint in the garden soil matched a specialized boot used by military and seasoned climbers. Rebecca was no longer under intense scrutiny. With Daniel's return from his business trip, distraught and bewildered, investigators noted peculiar calluses on his hands. Upon questioning, he mentioned rock climbing as a recent stress-relieving hobby. The detectives exchanged knowing looks. Financial records unveiled troubling details. Daniel had recently taken out a significant life insurance policy on Samuel. Phone records exposed multiple calls to an unidentified number that ceased just before the abduction. The case took a darker turn as it came to light that Daniel maintained a second family in another community, unbeknownst to Rebecca. As the inquiry deepened, the baby monitor emerged as a pivotal piece of evidence. Digital analysis disclosed that the device had been compromised. The signal had been intercepted and tampered with. The soothing voice that beckoned sleep didn't originate from within the nursery. It had been remotely transmitted to the receiver by Rebecca's bedside. Tracing the digital intrusion led investigators to a residential basement where a startling revelation unfolded. Samuel was discovered alive under the care of a woman named Elaine. She surrendered without resistance, her gaze vacant as she was apprehended and escorted away. Connections surfaced through old photographs and DNA testing. Elaine happened to be Daniel's first wife, who had suffered a miscarriage years prior. Their marriage had crumbled after the tragedy, yet Elaine never recovered from the loss. She had been silently monitoring Daniel's life via social media, witnessing as he forged a new family with Rebecca. Despite Daniel's denial of involvement, digital evidence painted a different narrative. his climbing gear bore fibers matching those on the windowsill, his specialized boots correlating with the garden print. Encrypted messages between Daniel and Elaine detailed their scheme, Daniel facilitating home access, Elaine seizing the child they both claimed as rightfully hers, with insurance funds paving the way for their new life together. During the trial, the courtroom fell silent as the prosecution played the enhanced baby monitor audio. Amidst the eerie whispers that had chilled Rebecca, forensic audio experts discerned another sound in the backdrop, Daniel's distinct cough, placing him at the scene of the abduction he professed ignorance of. The jury swiftly reached a verdict. Daniel and Elaine received maximum sentences for kidnapping, conspiracy, and endangering a child. Rebecca and Samuel sought solace in a fresh beginning, far removed from the haunting memories. The case reshaped how investigators approach contemporary abductions. Baby monitors nationwide underwent scrutiny for vulnerabilities. Parents fortified nurseries with added safeguards. Security specialists cautioned against the escalating sophistication of crimes exploiting technology against vulnerable targets. Samuel grew up shielded from the night he vanished, while Rebecca safeguarded the stuffed rabbit nestled in a box within her closet. She couldn't bear to part with it, nor could she meet the gaze of those unblinking black eyes that had witnessed the truth when the baby monitor transmitted that eerie voice through the darkness. The monitor held the truth, albeit not in the manner anyone anticipated. Story 15. The quaint coffee shop had been a sanctuary for him, a place of familiar comfort cloaked in mystery. Every day he would settle at the same weathered table, order his usual black coffee with no sugar, and immerse himself in a world of silence and solitude. The barista recognized his face, a silent acknowledgement of his presence, yet his name remained a whispered secret known only to himself. Then one fateful day he didn't arrive. The absence of his quiet presence sent ripples of unease through the routine of the coffee shop regulars. Concern grew to alarm when the police, prompted by the barista's unease, ventured to his customary spot and discovered a forgotten wallet resting on the table. Within the wallet lay a puzzling enigma, a driver's license bearing a face without a name, an address, or any trace of identity. It was as though he existed in the physical realm, but not in the world of records. Detective Sarah Mercer delved into the enigmatic case, her curiosity piqued by the unsettling security footage capturing the last moments of the mysterious man known only as John Doe. The footage revealed an ordinary man in appearance, donned in a navy coat, carrying a well-worn messenger bag. His actions seemed mundane, ordering coffee, finding solace at his corner table, and engaging in quiet contemplation. However, the inexplicable truth emerged when he vanished into thin air, leaving behind a void of questions and bewilderment. As Mercer scrutinized the footage, a sense of disquiet settled within her. The tech specialist could offer no logical explanation for the disappearance, citing the impossibility of the event captured on camera. The mystery deepened as the investigation uncovered a wallet devoid of personal details, credit cards with phantom accounts, and a single business card bearing only a cryptic phone number. Intrigued by the cryptographer's enigma-filled notebook, Mercer embarked on a journey to decipher the coded messages and unearth the hidden truths within its pages. The notebook held intricate patterns, sketches of unfamiliar structures, and a language unknown to the investigators. It was a tapestry of secrets waiting to be unraveled. The trail of the elusive John Doe led Mercer to a revelation, an antique mirror adorned with cryptic symbols hanging within the coffee shop. The mirror, a relic of unknown origins, held a mysterious allure, hinting at a connection to the enigma of the vanished man. With a touch, Mercer felt a warmth emanating from the mirror, a sensation of otherworldly presence lingering within its depths. The discovery of a hidden compartment behind the mirror unveiled a trove of identical wallets, each a vessel of the man's elusive identity. A journal chronicling decades of experiments in temporal manipulation and identity transference shed light on the man's extraordinary endeavors. The mirror, described as a gateway between realities, served as a focal point for his enigmatic explorations. As Mercer delved deeper into the mysteries surrounding John Doe, encounters with spectral reflections and sightings of the elusive man blurred the lines between reality and illusion. The revelation of Daniel Weston, a brilliant physicist lost in the realm of quantum mirrors and parallel realities, bridged the gap between science and the inexplicable. The ultimate truth lay in the shattered fragments of the mirror, a poignant symbol of closure and transcendence. Mercer, haunted by the echoes of the enigma that eluded resolution, found solace in the fragments of the past that lingered in the present. The case of the man who defied existence remained a testament to the mysteries that dwell beyond the veil of perception, a whispered enigma lost in the annals of time. Story 16, the old apartment possessed its own peculiarities with groaning pipes and creaking floorboards. Yet the new tenant discerned that what she heard was not ordinary. The footsteps echoed too steadily, too deliberately. They emanated from above, slow and measured. However, she resided on the top floor. One night she summoned the courage to tap on the ceiling with a broomstick. The sound ceased. A hushed silence enveloped the space. Then a solitary knock reverberated from within the ceiling. Sarah Coleman chose not to disclose the knocking incident to anyone. She convinced herself it was merely the building settling, or perhaps a small creature that had found its way into the attic. Despite the relentless footsteps each night, she adjusted, escalating her television volume, donning headphones to bed, anything to drown out the methodical footfalls crisscrossing her ceiling in the darkness. Detective Morris was introduced to the apartment through a maintenance worker who stumbled upon a concealed crawlspace during routine repairs. The worker had dismantled a section of drywall in the hallway outside Sarah's apartment to rectify a water leak. Behind it, he stumbled upon a narrow passage that defied the building plans. When his flashlight pierced the darkness, it illuminated a makeshift living area, scattered food wrappers, discarded water bottles, a soiled blanket, and a small notebook. The building superintendent promptly contacted the police. Detective Morris arrived alongside his partner, Detective Rivera, to find the maintenance worker pale and trembling. "Someone's been dwelling in the walls," he muttered incessantly. "Someone's been watching." The notebook harbored intricate observations of Sarah Coleman, her routines, her guests, her dinner choices, her preferred shows, her bathing times, her sleeping patterns. The handwriting commenced with precision but descended into chaos towards the end, with cryptic symbols adorning the margins. The subject no longer responds to my cues. The final entry read, "She has chosen to ignore me. No one ignores me." Forensic teams meticulously combed the crawlspace, unearthing fingerprints absent from any database. They unraveled a labyrinth of passages entwined within the walls and ceilings of the building, some dating back decades per structural analysis. These passages interconnected 5 different apartments, culminating in viewing points, minuscule apertures camouflaged as fixtures or minor damages solely in Sarah Coleman's abode. The investigative team interviewed current residents, all oblivious to anything beyond the customary noises of apartment dwelling. Former tenants painted a different narrative. 3 predecessors of Sarah's apartment recounted sensations of being surveilled or hearing inexplicable movements. 1 departed after a mere fortnight. None divulged their experiences, apprehensive of sounding paranoid. A breakthrough surfaced when forensics detected minute blood spatter in one of the crawl spaces. DNA scrutiny linked it to Martin Weaver, a previous resident who had vanished inexplicably 4 years prior. His kin had reported him missing, but the case had grown cold. He had resided in the apartment directly beneath Sarah's. Detective Morris revisited Martin's disappearance. According to neighbors, Martin had lamented about noises overhead in his apartment. He had confronted the tenant residing above him, a reserved man named Edward who kept to himself. Shortly after, Martin vanished. Edward vacated the next month, leaving no forwarding details behind. Investigators retraced Edward's rental history, unraveling a pattern. He had inhabited 6 distinct apartment buildings over 2 decades. In each instance, he had opted for top-floor units, fostered minimal social connections, and eventually absconded without warning. A neighbor from his 3rd residence recollected him as intense and remembered his persistent gripes about the necessity for silence. Property records unveiled that Edward had procured remote rural land. Upon their arrival at the site, investigators stumbled upon a cabin adorned with photos and notes. Snapshots of residents from various apartment buildings encompassing Sarah Coleman and Martin Weaver. Diagrams of ventilation systems and structural vulnerabilities. Elaborate journals chronicling observations of the specimens and sustaining the habitat. At the heart of the cabin stood a corkboard embellished with newspaper clippings. Missing persons reports, 6 in total, all former occupants of apartments where Edward had resided. Deep gouges marred the wooden floor beneath the board, hinting at repeated dragging. Behind the cabin, cadaver dogs led the team to a freshly disturbed patch of soil. Subsequent excavation unearthed human remains, and then another burial site, and another. As forensic anthropologists delved into the grim task of identifying the victims, Detective Morris revisited Sarah's apartment complex. The crawl spaces had been sealed off, yet residents sporadically reported unusual sounds. During the installation of new security systems, maintenance workers stumbled upon an item tucked in a corner where the ceiling met the wall in the hallway, a newer notebook than the first. Its initial page bore a solitary statement. "They found my old nest, but not my new one." The writing mirrored the previous notebook. The final page unveiled a rudimentary sketch of Sarah's apartment layout with a crimson-marked new passage and a date for that night. Officers hastened to evacuate Sarah, only to find her dwelling deserted. Her phone rested on the kitchen counter. Her television hummed softly. Her shower streamed. In the bathroom, the mirror fogged, revealing a message etched by a finger. "Look up." The ceiling panel above the shower had been removed. The search for Edward, now identified as Edward Mercer, a former construction worker specializing in renovations, persists. His comprehension of building structures facilitated the creation of his covert network of observation points and passages. Thermal imaging scans of Sarah's building unveiled no traces of current occupancy within the walls. Sarah Coleman remains unaccounted for. Her case has been intertwined with analogous disappearances spanning multiple states. Authorities have cautioned apartment managers regarding unauthorized alterations in concealed spaces. What haunts Detective Morris most is not the graves, the journals, or even the snapshots of unsuspecting residents. It's the vision of Sarah every night hearing those footsteps above her in an apartment devoid of an upper neighbor. The footsteps that halted when she knocked and then echoed back. Sometimes in the dead of night, isolated in his own abode, Detective Morris discovers himself gazing up at his ceiling, attuned, waiting, pondering who else might be listening alongside him. Story 17. In the soft glow of the nursery's fading blue walls, a young woman set out to repaint before the arrival of her baby. With each stroke of white paint, a hidden message slowly emerged, cryptic letters whispering from beneath the surface. "Don't let it hear you," the words seemed to echo in the room. Startled, she noticed tiny handprints imprinted on the fresh paint, too high for any child to reach. This peculiar discovery at the Morgan residence marked the beginning of what would be known as the Whispering House case. The new homeowners, a young couple, had unknowingly stepped into a dwelling with a dark history. Detective Sarah Klein, notebook in hand, arrived at the Victorian-style home. The expectant mother, her belly swollen beneath paint-splattered overalls, recounted the eerie findings in a trembling voice. The previous owners had vanished overnight, leaving behind a chilling mystery that now gripped the young woman in fear. As Detective Klein navigated the creaking floors of the historic house, she uncovered a trail of unsettling clues. The walls held secrets of past families who had fled, driven away by whispers and unseen watchers. Records revealed a pattern of child welfare reports, each family with children experiencing unexplained phenomena within the walls of the home. Delving into the property's history, the detective unearthed the story of Alina Blackwood, a widow who had once run an orphanage within the house. Tragic tales of missing children lingered in the shadows of the old walls. Alina's twisted belief in harnessing the energy of orphaned children to prolong her own life painted a macabre picture of the house's past. With the discovery of child-sized shapes beneath the basement floor, the grim truth came to light. Forensic evidence confirmed the fate of 5 orphaned souls, their remains finally given a proper resting place. Yet the lingering presence of the lost children continued to haunt the house, their handprints glowing in the darkness, unseen by mortal eyes. The nursery walls, witnesses to unspeakable horrors, were torn down in an attempt to cleanse the tainted space. But even as the physical remnants of the past were removed, whispers of children's voices persisted among the debris. The house, condemned and forsaken, stood as a chilling reminder of the darkness that lurked within its walls. Detective Klein closed the case, preserving a photograph of glowing handprints as a somber reminder of lives lost and souls still searching for peace. The Whispering House remained a mystery, a spectral enigma that transcended time and mortal understanding, its secrets buried deep within the layers of paint and history. Story 18. The apartment lay silent and empty for months before the new tenants arrived. Their expectations were low, perhaps some dust, maybe a forgotten piece of furniture. But one door stood stubbornly closed, refusing to yield to their efforts. This particular door led to a closet, its lock holding tight secrets within. When the landlord finally forced it open, the tenants braced themselves for mundane discoveries. Instead, they were met with a sight that sent shivers down their spines. The walls bore deep, jagged scratches, etched into the wood with desperate urgency. And in the shadowed corner, an ancient flip phone lay dormant, its once bright screen now dim, save for one unread message glowing faintly. Detective Morgan Shaw, seasoned in the ways of the world's darkness, felt a chill creep up her spine as she surveyed the scene. It wasn't the absence of blood or overt violence that unnerved her, but the silent screams that echoed from those scratch marks a silent testimony to someone's harrowing captivity within that confined space. "We need forensics now," she instructed her partner, Officer Reed, who diligently documented the haunting scratches, and gather the records of the previous tenants. The message on the forgotten phone simply stated, "I know what you did." The landlord, his hands clammy with nerves, recounted how the previous tenant, a quiet young woman named Emma Caldwell, had vanished abruptly, leaving unpaid rent in her wake. "She kept to herself. Left 6 months ago," he muttered, his eyes skirting away from the closet. "No trouble." Forensic analysis uncovered a chilling truth hidden within the scratches on the wall's multiple blood samples, most belonging to Emma Caldwell, reported missing by her workplace. But there were 2 other DNA traces. One remained a mystery, while the other belonged to a man supposedly deceased for 2 years. "This doesn't add up," Shaw whispered, studying the perplexing lab results. Derek Mercer, declared dead after an accident, now left his mark in the closet's confines. Emma's apartment whispered tales of an interrupted existence, unopened mail, a forgotten coffee mug, a neatly made bed. Her phone records painted a picture of dwindling connections, with calls to her sister abruptly ceasing and a flurry of calls from an unknown number preceding her disappearance. The sister mentioned a mysterious boyfriend, Officer Reed relayed. No name, just intense and private. Surveillance footage captured Emma's final moments, a shadowy figure in a baseball cap trailing her into the building. The pieces began fitting together when partial fingerprints on the closet's door linked back to Derek Mercer. He staged his death, Shaw concluded. But why, and what was his tie to Emma? The unidentified DNA thread unraveled a connection to another missing woman, Lynette Porter, vanished 3 years prior. Witnesses recalled a woman matching Lynette's description visiting Emma's apartment. Shaw pieced the puzzle together through traffic cameras, tracing Derek Mercer's presence to Emma's building. Their search led to a secluded property owned by Mercer's family, where behind heavy doors they discovered Lynette alive but broken, mirroring Emma's ordeal. "He made me watch," she murmured, haunted eyes fixed on a distant horror. "Learned what happens if you try to escape." Evidence piled up: journals of control, photos of Emma and Lynette, and damning videos of Mercer's cruel games. "No one reveals my secrets," his voice echoed in the recordings. The manhunt spanned jurisdictions, revealing Mercer's thirst for suffering, his desire to watch hope wither in confined spaces. Captured at a bus station, Mercer clutched a new identity and a chilling arsenal in his backpack. During interrogation, his serene facade cracked slightly. "She sent that message herself," he claimed, deflecting blame. "She wanted to be found, but not saved." The trial unveiled Mercer's elaborate charade of death, his twisted obsession with women who mirrored his first victim. Emma's fate remained a mystery, her final moments etched in desperate scratches that spoke of a futile struggle. The jury swiftly returned a guilty verdict, but Mercer's enigmatic smile hinted at a private satisfaction. As Lynette faced him in court, her voice unwavering, she declared, "While he dwells in shadows, I'll bask in the light." The case reshaped missing persons investigations, emphasizing relationship patterns and property searches. Detective Shaw kept a memento from Emma's closet, a reminder of the quiet horrors that lurked behind closed doors. Story 19. The hotel loomed in the night, a relic of forgotten glamour now faded to obscurity. It beckoned to weary travelers with its promise of a brief respite, a temporary shelter from the world outside. The receptionist, with eyes that held ancient secrets, passed her the key with a cryptic warning. "Remember, avoid the final door on the left," his voice barely a whisper, laden with unspoken mysteries. Intrigue danced in her mind like shadows in the flickering lamplight. That evening she ventured down the shadowed corridor, the air heavy with the weight of forgotten memories. Her steps echoed softly on the worn carpet as she approached the forbidden door. The metal handle sent shivers down her spine, chilling her to the core. To the casual observer, it was just like any other door in the dimly lit hallway. But as she pressed her ear against it, a faint sound reached her, a whisper, a sigh, a presence from beyond. In another place, Detective Morgan Reed stepped into the realm of darkness, crossing the threshold marked by yellow caution tape. The stench of copper lingered in the air, a haunting reminder of lives cut short. The room told a tale of tragedy and violence, a silent witness to the horrors that unfolded within its walls. A young woman, her form still and cold, lay in silent repose, her gaze fixed on unseen horrors above. Reed knelt beside the fallen figure, a silent sentinel in the face of death's embrace. The forensic expert, his demeanor detached and clinical, documented the scene with practiced precision. Each click of the camera echoed in the room, capturing the essence of a life extinguished too soon. "The third one this season," he remarked, his voice a monotone recitation of grim statistics. The victim, adorned in finery incongruous with her surroundings, hinted at a life beyond the confines of this forgotten place. A handbag, its contents untouched, whispered of a life abruptly halted, of dreams unfulfilled. The puzzle pieces scattered around the room painted a picture of a life interrupted, a story left unfinished. Back at the precinct, Reed delved into the depths of the case, piecing together fragments of a shattered existence. 3 women bound by tragedy and circumstance, linked by the cruel hand of fate. The whispers of a predator prowling in the shadows, preying on the unsuspecting, sending ripples of fear through the fabric of society. As the investigation unfolded, shadows danced on the edges of perception, elusive and enigmatic. The truth remained just out of reach, a tantalizing enigma waiting to be unraveled. Reed delved deeper, following the twisted path that led to the heart of darkness, where secrets lay buried in the depths of the human soul. A breakthrough came in the form of a name, a single letter that held the key to unlocking the mysteries that lingered in the shadows. Charles Emerson, a man of wealth and influence, whose facade of respectability concealed a darker truth. Reed sensed the deception that lurked behind his polished veneer, a serpent coiled in the garden of innocence. The web of deceit unraveled with each revelation, exposing a tapestry of betrayal and deception. Emerson's treacherous path unfolded before Reed's eyes, a trail of breadcrumbs leading to the heart of darkness. The pieces fell into place, painting a portrait of a man consumed by his own desires, a predator lurking in plain sight. In the hallowed halls of justice, the truth was laid bare for all to see. Emerson, the architect of his own downfall, stood silent and unmoved as the verdict was rendered. Life without parole, a sentence fitting for a man who had snuffed out the light of innocence without remorse. As Reed watched him being led away, a flicker of something unnameable passed across his features, a void where humanity should have been, a darkness that lingered in the depths of his soul. The echoes of the past reverberated through the corridors of her mind, a haunting melody that refused to fade. The case, dubbed The Door on the Left by the press, became a cautionary tale, a reminder of the darkness that lurked beneath the surface of everyday life. Emerson's name became synonymous with evil, a specter that haunted the collective consciousness of a city still reeling from the shock of his crimes. And so, as she walked the halls of hotels in the dead of night, Reed found herself drawn to the doors, each one a portal to the unknown, a threshold to another world. The keys, silent witnesses to the horrors that had unfolded behind closed doors, remained locked away, a reminder of the darkness that lingered in the hearts of men. Story 20, deep within the heart of a silent neighborhood, there stood a house that had known solitude for years. Whispers among the neighbors spoke of a young woman who had vanished, leaving the dwelling desolate and untouched. When the new occupants crossed the threshold, they encountered a peculiar sight, a bedroom locked from within. With effort, they forced the door open, revealing a room cloaked in stagnancy, the air thick with the weight of neglect. Despite the layers of dust that clung to every surface, an unsettling anomaly lingered in the chamber. The bed was neatly made, the mirror devoid of blemish. On the desk, a solitary candle had melted away to a mere remnant of itself, its essence frozen in time like tears turned to wax. And there, amidst the stillness, lay a notebook, its pages open to reveal fresh ink that seemed to breathe life into the shadows of the room. Detective Morgan embarked on a journey through the chronicles inscribed within the notebook's pages, while forensic experts meticulously combed the room for traces left behind. The elegant script belonged to Elise Winters, a young soul of 26 who had been declared missing by her anguished parents nearly half a decade prior. Her words flowed gracefully across the parchment, each stroke precise and deliberate, until the final entry where the pen had etched with a fervor that left indentations on the blank pages that followed. "I know he's watching me tonight," the last entry whispered from the page. "The same car has circled thrice, a silent predator in the night. My pleas for help fall on deaf ears. If fate should twist its cruel hand, remember it was not a chance encounter." As the detective closed the book, sealing its secrets within an evidence bag, a subtle scent lingered in the air, a blend of dust and a faint, elusive chemical whisper that danced on the edge of perception. The landlord, a figure pale and tense, stood in the doorway, haunted by the enigma that had been unearthed within the silent chamber. Elise had been enmeshed in the world of law, a diligent paralegal at Harriman and Associates, a firm renowned for its involvement in high-stakes corporate battles. Colleagues painted a portrait of a meticulous and devoted individual, yet in the weeks preceding her disappearance, a shroud of withdrawal had descended upon her, veiling her in solitude. She began lingering after hours, her supervisor confided during an interview with the investigators. Whispers of discrepancies in the Westridge acquisition files plagued her thoughts, numbers twisted, documents veiled in deception. The detective gazed upon photographs capturing Elise's essence, auburn tresses framing serious eyes that peered through rectangular spectacles, a visage always draped in professional attire. The woman immortalized in those images seemed too methodical to vanish without a trace, too structured to dissolve into the tendrils of the unknown. The bedroom, a sanctuary frozen in time, divulged scant clues to the enigma that had enshrouded Elise. No signs of struggle marred its tranquility, no crimson stains tainted its serenity. It stood as a poignant tableau, a memory suspended in time, as if Elise had merely stepped away momentarily, destined to return. The candle upon the desk stood as a silent sentinel, its blackened wax devoid of fragrance. The heat of its flame had caressed the wooden surface beneath, leaving a warped imprint that whispered of past moments. Inquisitive minds delved beneath the surface, prying at the shadows that clung to the room's essence. Hidden behind a loose floorboard near the closet, a treasure awaited discovery, a waterproof case safeguarding a flash drive and a key. The key unfurled a realm of secrets within a safe deposit box at Northern Trust Bank, revealing a second flash drive and a cache of documents that bore witness to clandestine transactions between Westridge Pharmaceuticals and offshore entities entwined with key figures at Harriman and Associates. Digital realms unveiled audio recordings and spreadsheets that illuminated the shadows cloaking the truth, manipulated data from drug trials concerning Westridge's flagship creation, Neurapax. Within those recordings, Elise's voice intertwined with that of Vincent Harriman, a senior partner whose words wove a tapestry of deceit and treachery. "These figures must remain hidden," Harriman's voice echoed in the recordings. "The side effects manifest in nearly 40% of patients, not the 4% we have publicized. Should this knowledge escape, our firm crumbles and the stock of Westridge plummets into oblivion." "People are suffering," Elise's voice countered. "The seizures unfold as the original data foretold." "Silence is our shield," Harriman's retort lingered in the air. What is spoken within these walls remains confined. It is for the safety of all. Detective Morgan's quest for truth led to the doors of pharmaceutical overseers, who validated the quiet withdrawal of Neurapaks from the market following a surge of patient deaths that mirrored the hidden truths within Elise's encrypted files. Subpoenas unfurled a tapestry of deceit within Harriman's personal and corporate domains, though direct links to Elise's vanishing remained elusive until a trail of charges for an industrial cleansing service at his retreat emerged, bearing the echo of Elise's essence in microscopic droplets of blood. The evidence, though circumstantial, wove a damning narrative that led to Harriman's arrest, a figure shrouded in denial even when faced with the shards of truth that pierced his fa-de. He spun tales of Elise's descent into paranoia, her creation of falsehoods to tarnish the firm that had overlooked her for advancement. Yet the scales of justice tipped inexorably, guided by the silent witness that Elise had left behind. A hidden camera, nestled within a bookend upon her shelf, captured the truth that words could not convey a figure resembling Harriman entering her sanctum that fateful eve, a dark deed shrouded in the cloak of shadows. As the courtroom echoed with the weight of verdicts, Elise's mother, a beacon of strength in the face of loss, raised her voice to the heavens, her words a hymn to her daughter's legacy. The sanctum of my child remained untouched, a testament to the truths she dared to unveil. She lingered within those walls, a spirit bound by justice, awaiting the moment of revelation. The new tenants shunned the house, leaving it to the whispers of the wind and the echoes of the past. A silent sentinel it stood, its secrets laid bare yet etched in the annals of remembrance. Locals skirted its boundaries after nightfall, tales of a spectral luminescence flickering in the uppermost window, a chamber where a heroine of justice made her final stance against the shadows that sought to consume her. In the tapestry of fate, justice found its mark upon Elise Winters, not in life's embrace, but in the legacy she wove through the whispers of ink and shadows. The chamber she never truly departed became a sepulchre and a testament to her unyielding spirit. Story 21, the mysterious box lay hidden beneath layers of forgotten clutter in the attic, an ancient relic left behind by the house's previous inhabitants. Among the faded Polaroids it held, capturing moments of joy and celebration, one photo stood out to Rebecca. It depicted a family in her living room, a setting eerily familiar yet distinctly foreign. The family's smiles masked the lurking danger behind them, a shadowy figure watching from the hallway, unnoticed. Rebecca's fingers trembled as she gazed at the unsettling image, feeling a shiver crawl up her spine. Descending the creaking stairs, she carried the photograph to the harsh light of the kitchen, where the uncanny resemblance between her home and the unknown family's surroundings sent chills down her spine. Detective Morgan, a seasoned investigator with a weathered leather jacket and piercing gaze, delved into the enigma of the photograph. Uncovering a trail of previous occupants, each mysteriously vanishing after a year of residence, the detective's investigation led to the Sutherland family, who had disappeared without a trace. Forensic analysis of the photo hinted at a sinister presence in the house, a tall, shadowy figure haunting the captured moment. As the investigation deepened, a chilling pattern emerged, families vanishing without explanation, tied to the house's dark history. The discovery of a hidden crawlspace in the attic revealed a journal detailing meticulous observations of past residents, including a disturbing entry hinting at Rebecca's impending fate. Retreating to a hotel under police protection, Rebecca's nights were plagued by mysterious calls and the ominous click of a Polaroid camera in the darkness. The house, now a sealed crime scene, held secrets that refused to surface completely. The enigmatic architect, Samuel Whitfield, cast a long shadow over the investigation, his true fate unknown to this day. In the silence of the empty house, unseen eyes watched, capturing new families in photographs that developed in the shadows. The truth about the man in the photo remained elusive, a haunting mystery that continued to unfold, leaving those who dared to seek it under the chilling gaze of an unseen presence. Story 22. In a quiet town nestled at the edge of a dense forest, there was a house that remained shrouded in mystery. It stood solitary, its windows dark, its porch weary from the weight of time. No one in the town acknowledged its existence, no one knew who the owner was, and its origins were lost to the whispers of the wind. But when a group of hikers strayed too close, they were met with an eerie sight, names deeply etched into the weathered wooden walls, like silent warnings from the past. Among the list of names, there was one that caught the hikers off guard, a name unfamiliar to them all. It was a name that sent shivers down their spines when one of them hesitantly uttered, "That name, it's mine." As night fell, a call came into the local dispatch, reporting a mere trespassing incident. The voice on the other end belonged to Mason Wright, the hiker who discovered his own name carved onto the abandoned house. The responding officers anticipated a routine case of mischief, perhaps a prank gone too far, but what awaited them was beyond their wildest imaginations. Detective Sarah Keller arrived at the scene as darkness descended upon the forest, her flashlight piercing through the shadows to reveal the haunting facade of the house. The names of 27 individuals adorned the eastern wall, some almost faded into obscurity, while others seemed freshly carved, including the unsettling addition of Mason Wright's name, still bearing traces of fresh wood shavings. "I've never been here before," Mason insisted, his voice trembling in the chilly air. "I have no idea how my name ended up here." The investigation delved deep into the background of each name on the wall, sending a chill through the hearts of the detective team. Every name belonged to a person who had gone missing in the past 4 decades, all of them vanishing while hiking alone. Some cases had grown cold with time, while others remained open, but the common thread was undeniable: each person had disappeared without a trace. Forensic analysts meticulously documented the carvings, noting the different depths, techniques, and weathering patterns. The oldest name, Rebecca Hansen, harkened back to a missing person case from 37 years ago, a young woman who ventured into the woods and never returned, leaving behind only a solitary hiking boot by a stream. Detective Keller interrogated Mason extensively, but his story remained consistent: no ties to the area beyond that hiking trip with his college friends, no connections to the other names on the wall. Suspicion turned to his companions, and when the group photographer Emily Chen shared images from their hike, a disturbing revelation emerged. In the background of several photos lurked a blurred figure, tall and gaunt, always obscured by the surrounding trees, a figure they swore they never encountered on their hike. The search led the officers to explore the interior of the abandoned house, where they unearthed a chilling discovery in the basement. Personal belongings of the missing hikers were meticulously arranged on shelves, each item labeled with a name matching those on the exterior wall. Bloodstains, long attempted to be scrubbed clean, hinted at a sinister past beneath the seemingly desolate surface. As the investigation unfolded, Mason began reporting peculiar incidents, whispers in the night, mysterious footprints leading to his door but never away, shadowy figures observing from afar. Despite protective measures put in place, Mason's unease grew, casting a shadow of fear over his every waking moment. A breakthrough came when buried land records revealed the house's previous owner, a reclusive hunter named Victor Blackwood. Descriptions painted him as an enigmatic figure, tall and gaunt, who had vanished without a trace 15 years prior, his disappearance brushed aside and forgotten. Armed with a warrant, Detective Keller led a search into the surrounding forest, uncovering a network of primitive hunting blinds strategically placed along popular trails. Within one of these blinds, a journal was discovered, detailing chilling observations of hikers as prey, meticulously recorded by none other than Victor Blackwood himself. The entries grew increasingly macabre, culminating in detailed accounts of stalking each victim, selecting them with cruel precision. A manhunt was launched, spanning multiple jurisdictions, with helicopters scanning the forest and tactical teams scouring every crevice. But Victor Blackwood remained elusive, slipping through their grasp like a ghost in the night. Mason's whereabouts became a mystery, his apartment deserted, a cryptic message carved into his bedroom wall hinting at a sinister turn of events. The forensic technicians, during a subsequent search of Blackwood's house, stumbled upon a hidden workshop, a freshly carved name awaiting its place on the wall, a name that struck fear into Detective Keller's heart, belonging to the lead forensic technician who had processed the house earlier. A veil of apprehension descended upon the town as authorities set up a vigilant watch over the forsaken house. Motion sensors and surveillance cameras stood guard, awaiting the inevitable confrontation. And on a fateful night, the sensors were triggered, capturing the silhouette of a tall, slender figure emerging from the forest, moving with an otherworldly grace towards the house. As the tactical teams closed in, the figure vanished into thin air, leaving behind a lingering sense of dread in its wake. To this day, the house remains under constant surveillance, a grim reminder of the mysteries that lurk within the shadows of the woods. Mason Wright and the forensic technician were never found, their fates intertwined with the enigma that engulfed the house. The investigation presses on, drawing upon new resources as similar disappearances echo through other forested realms. The names on the wall have become a whispered legend among law enforcers, a tale too unsettling to share openly. And the local hikers steer clear of the house at the edge of the woods, fearful that even speaking of it may invite a fate sealed by the unspoken names that adorn its walls. Story 23. The parcel arrived mysteriously, devoid of any traceable information, a nondescript cardboard box, slightly damp from the morning mist. It wasn't intended for her, the address correct, but the name unknown. Sarah Miller should have disregarded it, left it untouched on the porch, yet curiosity beckoned her forth. With a sense of intrigue, she peeled away the tape, anticipating mundane contents like books or clothing. Instead, nestled inside was a VHS tape, accompanied by a lone sticky note bearing a simple directive: watch alone. In the silence of her kitchen, Sarah held the black plastic tape in her hands, feeling an unexpected weight, as though it carried the burden of forbidden knowledge. Her fingers traced the worn edges, sensing the history embedded in the aged casing. The handwritten note exuded urgency, the ink pressed deeply into the paper. Outside, the suburban neighborhood murmured its familiar melody, distant barks of a dog, playful laughter of children, the drone of a lawnmower slicing through the tranquil morning air. Unaware of the enigma that had just crossed her threshold, Sarah brought the package inside, placing it on her kitchen counter, where doubt began to cloud her mind. The name Daniel Whitaker held no significance for her. In her 4 years of residence, she had never encountered anyone by that name. The previous occupants, the Johnsons, had long since departed, leaving behind a void filled only by curiosity and apprehension. Against her instincts, Sarah succumbed to the allure of the tape. She inserted it into her antiquated VCR, and a static danced on the screen before sharpening into focus. A dimly lit room materialized. The camera angle was askew, casting shadows on a man seated in a wooden chair, his features initially obscured. "I am Daniel Whitaker," the man's voice, soft yet resolute, resonated through the room. "If you found this, they found you, and they'll come for me too." Leaning forward, his worn visage emerged from the shadows, a face etched with exhaustion and vigilance, telling a tale of innocence amidst accusations. "I swear I didn't harm her, but they've framed me, planted evidence to paint me as a killer." As the scene unfolded, Sarah glimpsed the stark surroundings, a Spartan room, devoid of comfort, a transient abode for one on the run. "They've orchestrated it all," Whitaker's voice trembled slightly. "The police report will claim I knew her, that we quarreled, that witnesses heard our disputes. None of it holds truth. I never crossed paths with Catherine Walsh until her face appeared on the news, lifeless, and my DNA inexplicably linking me to her demise." Detective Eliza Ramirez studied the identical tape before her, one of 5 that had surfaced, each bearing Whitaker's desperate plea. A man accused of Catherine Walsh's murder, missing since her tragic end. The investigation, once straightforward, now veered into murky depths, fueled by doubt and hidden agendas. The threads of the case intertwined with revelations of corporate deceit, as Ramirez uncovered Walsh's crusade against PharmaCorp, a pharmaceutical giant entangled in a web of deception. Documents surfaced, shedding light on the company's malpractice, corroborating Walsh's claims of a cover-up. As Sarah received a second package, laden with incriminating evidence against PharmaCorp, the pieces of the puzzle began to align. Collaborating with Ramirez and other recipients of the enigmatic tapes, they traced Whitaker's journey, unraveling a conspiracy that extended beyond a simple murder accusation. In a storage unit marked by a subtle reflection in Whitaker's tape, they unearthed the truth journals, files, and orchestrated plans meticulously crafted to implicate an innocent man. Justice, not as a swift stroke, but a gradual unveiling of irrefutable proof, brought down the perpetrators. The VHS tapes, symbols of a clandestine delivery of truth, now rested in evidence, tangible reminders of a narrative shrouded in mystery. As Whitaker emerged from seclusion, absolved of false charges but marked by the ordeal, Sarah faced him once more, pondering the intricacies of fate and justice. "Why me?" she inquired, seeking solace in understanding the enigma that had touched her life. And Whitaker, wearied yet resolute, met her gaze. "The algorithm chose you, those untainted by bias, those who could discern truth amidst the fabricated narrative." In the quiet exchange between a former suspect and an unwitting ally, they found solace in the revelation that sometimes the wrong address leads to the right path. The truth, concealed within unexpected parcels, awaited those bold enough to unveil its secrets, transcending names and boundaries. Story 24. The tale unfolded in a quaint little costume shop that was on the brink of closing its doors for good, clearing out its dusty shelves of forgotten treasures. Amidst the chaos of liquidating old inventory, a woman's hand reached out and plucked a mask from a neglected corner. Its delicate features held an eerie lifelike quality that stirred a sense of unease within her. The cashier hesitated as she placed the mask on the worn counter, murmuring, "That's not ours." Perplexed, she checked for a tag but found none. With a nonchalant shrug, she decided to take it home. As the night draped its velvety cloak over the world, a soft sound stirred the woman, Catherine Reed, from her slumber. A whisper of fabric shifting in the darkness. Her heart quickened as she realized the mask was no longer resting innocently on the dresser where she had left it. Instead, it perched ominously on her nightstand, its gaze fixed upon her. Days later, Catherine was discovered by her concerned neighbor. The front door stood ajar, allowing the morning light to spill into the dim interior of her home, casting long shadows over the scene. The borrowed book forgotten, the neighbor stumbled upon a sight that would haunt the minds of investigators for years to come. Catherine lay motionless on the bedroom floor, the mysterious mask nowhere to be seen. Detective Morgan arrived at the scene as forensics meticulously documented every detail. The rhythmic click of shutters served as a backdrop to the somber voices whispering among themselves. "No forced entry," noted an officer, his pen scratching against the paper. The detective's keen eyes wandered, absorbing the room's nuances others might overlook. A drawer slightly ajar, a lipstick-stained water glass on the nightstand. Everything appeared ordinary, except for the life extinguished before its time. The medical examiner, with a solemn expression, examined Catherine's body. Cause of death remains elusive upon initial inspection. No visible wounds, no signs of struggle, he declared, gesturing towards her frozen expression of terror. The detective knelt beside the lifeless form, her voice barely above a whisper. Something terrified her to her very core. Catherine, an art appraiser known for her meticulous nature and passion for authenticity, had led a quiet existence. Colleagues praised her discerning eye, her ability to detect even the slightest hint of forgery. She could spot a fake from a mile away, her boss recounted during questioning. The detective pondered whether this very talent had inadvertently sealed her tragic fate. Security footage from the costume shop unveiled a perplexing revelation. The cashier's genuine confusion over the mask's origin raised eyebrows. Consulting the shop owner proved fruitless, as he adamantly denied ever stocking such an item. A chilling admission followed the mask's sudden appearance during a clearance sale, sourced from an enigmatic collector's estate sale marked by peculiar circumstances. A breakthrough emerged when microscopic fibers, foreign to modern materials, were discovered embedded in Catherine's fingertips. The lab technician elaborated on their unusual composition, a blend of human hair and an unidentified organic substance defying categorization. The trail of investigation led to a trail of similar deaths shrouded in mystery, each victim linked by an unnatural mask and an expression frozen in terror. A retired detective, a veteran of a related case, shared a revelation in a dimly lit room. Hands trembling, he slid a weathered file across the table, unveiling ancient symbols concealed within each mask, a scholar's insight hinting at a sinister ritual of soul transference. Unexpectedly, a journal concealed within Catherine's apartment unveiled a harrowing truth. Her frantic entries detailed a creeping sense of being watched, a looming presence within her home. Her research connected the mask to a series of unexplained deaths, each victim claimed before the mask moved on to a new host. A chilling realization dawned: the entity within sought vessels, perpetuating a cycle dating back centuries. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, the enigmatic fibers, Catherine's revelations, the pattern of fear-stricken demises, the medical examiner pinpointed the cause of death. A heart seized by unfathomable terror. What dread could prompt a heart to falter and cease its rhythmic beat? The investigation took a macabre turn when surveillance footage captured a figure, clad in the mask, departing Catherine's residence. The gait familiar yet distorted, as if an ill-fitting guise cloaked an alien presence mimicking her movements. An alert for the missing mask was issued, but it eluded capture, re-emerging months later in a distant vintage shop, slipping through the grasp of investigators once more. The detective safeguarded Catherine's journal as a chilling memento, a testament to a reality too bizarre for official records. In the stillness of night, she would startle awake, sensing unseen eyes upon her. She would secure her abode, warding off the lurking fear that the mask might seek a new bearer, one attuned to its malevolent purpose. The mask lingered in the shadows, awaiting its next unwitting victim, its hollow gaze fixed upon the essence within, hungry for the soul it sought to claim. Story 25, the old apartment held its secrets within its weathered walls. The heating system groaned, the pipes rattled in a symphony of age. It was a familiar song that echoed through the corridors, or so they believed, until she heard it. A voice, soft yet unmistakable, drifted through the vents like a haunting melody. It wasn't the typical noise of a neighbor's conversation. It was a whisper calling out to her, knowing she could hear. She leaned in, heart pounding, to listen closer. A chill breeze brushed past her cheek, carrying with it a faint, almost playful message. I know you're listening. Detective Morgan Shaw stood still in the heart of the empty apartment, her eyes locked on the rusty vent cover pried from the wall. The forensics team moved around her with precision, capturing every detail with their cameras. Alina Reeves, the missing woman, had vanished without a trace until the building manager detected a foul odor. What they uncovered within the ventilation system was beyond comprehension. Reports of voices heard through the vents, Officer Patel recited from his notes. Management dismissed her claims, attributing it to the building's aged infrastructure. Shaw knelt by the vent, tracing the scratch marks etched around its edges. These marks weren't from tools, she whispered. The desperation in the gouges suggested a frantic attempt to escape from within. Alina was a beloved kindergarten teacher, known for her nurturing smile and thriving houseplants. Her absence was felt by all, from her worried students to her grieving sister. She grew paranoid before she vanished, her sister shared, her voice trembling. Alina was convinced someone was watching her, speaking to her through the vents in her apartment. I assumed it was stress from work. Shaw surveyed the apartment with fresh insight. The meticulously made bed, the abandoned coffee mug, the chair positioned beneath the vent as if waiting for a listener. The forensic findings added layers to the mystery. Fibers matching Alina's cardigan snagged in the vent, a foreign fingerprint on the inside cover, and haunting audio recordings from Alina's phone. The background check on the building exposed a dark past. Previous tenants had fled, citing strange noises and unsettling experiences. Harold Weber, the longtime superintendent, appeared calm but evasive during questioning. When pressed about apartment 4B's history, a subtle shift in his demeanor hinted at hidden truths. A hidden access panel in Alina's bathroom revealed a secret passage within the walls, leading to the ventilation system. Inside, a cache of belongings indicated a clandestine presence. Someone had been living within the building's structure, unseen but always watching, always whispering. Weber's pristine apartment belied his sinister activities. His computer held a trove of recordings and intrusive images, documenting a twisted obsession with Alina. A storage unit unveiled mementos from past victims, preserved like macabre trophies. His arrest was serene, his words chilling. They all hear me eventually. The building speaks through me. Alina's tragic fate unfolded, a victim lured into the labyrinthine ducts, sedated and disoriented by false promises of refuge. Families of former tenants shared similar harrowing experiences, linking back to Weber's reign of terror hidden within the walls. At trial, Weber's unsettling calm clashed with the prosecution's evidence of his calculated actions. The verdict was swift, guilty on all counts. As he was escorted away, his parting words to Shaw lingered with a ghostly resonance. The whispers never cease. The building remembers. The once haunted apartment building now stands silent and vacant. Despite renovations and new ownership, the echoes of the past persist. Residents speak of whispers in the walls, chilling drafts carrying phantom voices. The building's groans and rattles continue, a reminder of the secrets buried within its aging structure. The past lingers unseen but never forgotten in the quiet corridors of the abandoned apartment building. Story 26. The river flowed lazily that morning, its surface smooth as glass, reflecting the early light in a dance of shimmering ripples. The fishermen, lulled by the gentle current, almost missed the sight of a lone suitcase bobbing near the tranquil shore. At first glance, it seemed like a discarded heap of old clothes, abandoned by the water's edge. But as he drew nearer, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, thick, sickly sweet, impossible to ignore. The suitcase was entwined in chains, its once sharp edges now dulled by rust and time. When the authorities pried it open, it was not garments they found within, but a macabre tableau. Tangled strands of hair, fingers frozen in a deathly grip, and at the bottom, a chilling message: "This isn't the first." Detective Sarah Mercer arrived at the scene, a somber veil draped over the riverside like a shroud. The victim, a woman in her 30s, her features now distorted by the water's embrace, lay still as the medical examiner meticulously catalogued every detail. It wasn't the method of disposal that struck Mercer, but the eerie attention to detail paid to the victim's appearance: manicured nails, freshly styled hair, clad in garments of luxury. She was not just disposed of, Mercer whispered, her gaze fixed on the lapping waters. She was arranged, deliberately presented. The victim was soon identified as Catherine Walsh, a successful real estate agent renowned for her expertise in selling high-end properties. Divorced, childless, living a solitary existence in an affluent neighborhood, she was known for her ambition, her meticulous nature, her guarded privacy. Her sudden disappearance, reported by her worried assistant, had sent shockwaves through her professional circle. She would never miss that showing, the assistant insisted, her voice tinged with concern. That sale was her golden ticket. As investigators combed through Walsh's impeccably maintained home, a sense of unease settled over them. Every corner gleamed with perfection, every item meticulously arranged. Yet in her home office, a subtle disturbance, a drawer slightly ajar, revealing a leather-bound journal. The final entry sent shivers down Mercer's spine. He's watching again. Same car, different plates. A digital trail unveiled a haunting pattern in Walsh's online interactions, an influx of mysterious messages, all bearing the unsettling phrase, "I see your perfection," all sent at precisely the same time on different days. Her browsing history hinted at a growing paranoia, a quest for security in an increasingly insecure world. Mercer pieced together the clues, drawing a connection between the victim's meticulous lifestyle, the cryptic messages, and the chilling display of her body. "Our perpetrator is methodical," she confided to her partner. "This is not a crime of passion. This is a meticulously orchestrated ritual." A breakthrough emerged from an unlikely source, a pawnshop owner who recognized Walsh's distinctive emerald necklace among his wares. The man who had pawned it, a nondescript maintenance worker named Michael Linden, emerged as a person of interest. Surveillance footage unveiled his repeated visits to Walsh's building, his quiet presence like a shadow in her carefully curated world. A search of Linden's modest abode uncovered a gallery of unsettling portraits, photographs of Walsh and other women, all sharing a striking resemblance, all captured without their knowledge. Some faces were marked with a cruel slash of red. Walsh was but one piece of a larger puzzle. Hidden behind a false panel in Linden's closet lay a shrine of obsession, personal mementos from each victim meticulously arranged, a twisted homage to lives interrupted. Hair strands, stained tissues, keys, all meticulously catalogued in a chilling inventory of possession. In the interrogation room, Lyndon's stoic facade crumbled not, his demeanor a mask of tranquility. "They were flawed," he intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. "They projected perfection, but I saw the truth. Catherine's imperfections were a betrayal." The search for the other victims alluded to in his cryptic message uncovered 2 more suitcases, each bearing the remnants of lives extinguished too soon. Lyndon's trial was a silent theater of horrors, his meticulous methods laid bare for all to witness. Stalking, studying, correcting the cycle of his obsession laid bare. As the judge pronounced a sentence of life without parole, the families of the victims clung to a fragile sense of closure. For Detective Mercer, the case was marked as solved, yet an unsettling question lingered in the air. What hidden wound in Lyndon's soul had driven him to this path of darkness? What shadow of imperfection had haunted him, seeking solace in the erasure of others' lives? The river continued its endless journey downstream, carrying with it the echoes of a nightmare now confined to memory. But in the quiet of Mercer's precinct office, the chilling notebooks bore witness to a truth as old as time, that behind the facade of normalcy, beneath the veneer of perfection, darkness lurks, waiting to be unmasked. And in that revelation lies the reminder that the most dangerous predators are not always those who prowl in the night, but those who move unseen in the light of day, their shadows hidden, their secrets veiled, until the moment of reckoning arrives. Story 27. In the quiet of a suburban neighborhood, a mysterious object arrived one day at the doorstep of Sarah Miller. It came in a plain envelope, devoid of any return address, containing a single brass key that bore the marks of time's passage. Though unfamiliar to her, there was a strange sense of déjà vu that enveloped her as she held it in her hand. With a curious heart, she tried the key in every lock she possessed, but none yielded to its touch. It belonged to no door in her home. Placing the enigmatic key on her coffee table, a relic from the past suddenly stirred to life. The old grandfather clock in the hallway let out a solitary, haunting chime, its gears groaning into motion despite being silent for years. A shiver ran down Sarah's spine as she contemplated the significance of this eerie occurrence. Disturbed and unsettled, Sarah reported the strange incident to the authorities, who initially brushed off her concerns as a mere mistake or coincidence. However, Sarah's intuition whispered that something was amiss, that the key held a secret waiting to be unraveled. Reluctantly, the responding officer took the key into custody, sealing it in a small evidence bag that would soon become the focal point of a chilling investigation that would rock the peaceful community to its core. Enter Detective Robert Harmon, a seasoned investigator with a knack for deciphering the hidden truths behind seemingly innocuous events. As the key sat unassumingly on his desk, an air of unease permeated the room. Background checks on Sarah revealed nothing of suspicion: a retired teacher, a widow, a mother, leading a quiet life with no hint of malice or wrongdoing. Forensic examinations yielded no fingerprints on the key except for Sarah's own. The envelope that had contained it bore no clues save for a generic postmark. The key itself, a common Schlage, showed signs of wear and age, hinting at a past unknown to Sarah or anyone in her circle. The breakthrough came unexpectedly when Detective Harmon decided to delve deeper into the key's unique pattern. A match was found in a cold case file from years ago, an identical key linked to a storage unit where horrors beyond imagination had been uncovered: blood-stained carpets, tools of cutting, and images of women whose identities remained a mystery. The original investigation had hit a dead end, the perpetrator elusive and cunning. But now, with the key as a guiding light, the case was reignited, leading Harmon down a dark path of hidden truths and unspeakable crimes. As Sarah's world spiraled into chaos, new locks and security measures were put in place to protect her from the unknown threat looming in the shadows. The hunt for the sender of the key intensified, revealing a web of deceit and horror that stretched back years. Through meticulous detective work and modern techniques, the identity of the key's sender began to take shape: a man named Harold Jenkins, a ghost from Sarah's past, a predator hiding in plain sight. The pieces of the puzzle fell into place, painting a portrait of a man consumed by darkness, a man who had carefully orchestrated a reign of terror that had gone unnoticed for far too long. The manhunt for Jenkins spanned the nation, a race against time to stop a monster in human skin. The community trembled in fear as the truth of Jenkins' atrocities came to light, each key found in his possession unlocking a new nightmare. In the heart of the wilderness, the final act played out a confrontation with a man driven to madness by his own twisted desires. In a remote tower, Jenkins met his end, leaving behind a legacy of horror and despair. The truth, though brutal and harrowing, brought closure to the families of the victims, shining a light on the darkness that had lurked in their midst. Sarah, forever changed by the ordeal, found solace in knowing that justice had been served, even as the scars of the past refused to fade. And so, in the stillness of the night, the memory of the brass key and the horrors it unlocked lingered, a chilling reminder of the fragility of safety and the darkness that dwells in the most unexpected of places.